Chapter 462. In terms of social status, mercenaries belong to the middle and middle class, similar to those master craftsmen who mastered irreplaceable skills. They were second only to the upper nobles, the middle and upper magicians, the non-titled knight officials, and the indispensable artists of the upper class. They surpassed the middle and lower class servants, craftsmen, workers, merchants, rats, and the serfs at the bottom of society. Most of these mercenaries were poor knight. There were no mercenary groups in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, so there were no mercenaries. But in the countries on the continent, mercenary groups were a widespread and common phenomenon, often established in the name of guard trade, World of Warcraft hunting, capturing elves, and so on. But secretly, mercenary groups were the most direct participants in the slave trade movement, often playing the role of robbers and robbers. List did not know how mercenary groups originated and how they developed to this extent. But after talking with the Earl, he gradually understood the mercenary group. The mercenary group was actually the same as the rats, an extension of the power of the nobles. If the rats played the role of an intelligence organization, then the role of the mercenary group was more like a dynamic social organization. One of the disadvantages of the feudal system was that there was no governing relationship between the territories, and on the contrary, there was great competition. Many lords even had various personal grudges, so it was not good to directly send orders of chivalry to plunder each other, so mercenary groups could play a good role. And mercenary groups were also a huge source of profit. There was no shortage of people on the continent. Every time there was a war, the slave trade was a profitable business. Even many local lords looked forward to the Grand Duchy of Sapphire to plunder, as long as they did not plunder their own territories. At this time, they would frantically cooperate with the invading orders of chivalry to trade with the serfs that could be caught anywhere in exchange for the materials that the invading orders of chivalry looted from other places. Every time there was a war between the Eagle Kingdom and the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom, the mercenary groups were the most active. These mercenary groups did not dare to invade the castle of the territory, but they could come and go like the wind by plundering the serfs. It could be said that when we invade the area of Sardinia Bay, except for the lords in this area who will resist, the lords and mercenary groups in the surrounding areas will only wave their cutlery and share the wealth of the Sardinia Bay area with us. The Count said with fervor and assurance. This is also the reason why we dare to attack the Eagle Kingdom every year. He looked at List, who was listening attentively. He finally found the feeling of a father teaching his son. He continued, also, for some suzerains in Sardinia Bay, we can even sit down and discuss business at night while we fight during the day. List was puzzled. Why? The Count asked. How do you think the nobles rule their territories, or what do we rely on to live? Living a life thousands of times better than that of ordinary people? Nobles rule over their territories by relying on their cultivation of qi. Where does qi cultivation come from? From the land. That's right. You're very smart. You can see the essence of the problem clearly. The Count praised, and then said, the aristocracy relies on the land, and all resources are obtained from the land. You either get it from your own land, or from someone else's land, or rely on the serfs to farm, or rely on the knight to plunder. What does this have to do with the suzerains of Sardinia Bay and us fighting wars and trading at the same time? Since war is inevitable, some suzerains will certainly look for opportunities to reduce losses. The greater suzerains can transfer their losses to the lesser suzerains through trading with us, and the lesser suzerains can transfer their losses to the civilians or to other suzerains. It's undeniable that they have lost the noble qualities of a knight. Did a knight have noble qualities? List was at a loss. After talking with the Count and understanding the background of the mercenary corps, he vaguely felt the similarities in history. Although this world was completely different from Earth, and the country he was in had nothing to do with Earth. But observing the essence, the relationship between the Grand Duchy of Sapphire and the Kingdom of Eagle, wasn't it a different world's version of the Wuxia rebellion of the Ming Dynasty? During the Ming Dynasty, the Wuxia originated from Japan and often attacked the coastal areas in the southeast of China. However, in the middle and late stages of the Wuxia rebellion, there were very few real Wuxia pirates. According to historical records, only 3 out of 10 real Wokou pirates were real, and the rest were fake Wokou pirates who were rebels of the Ming dynasty. After all, the Japanese Ronin, who formed the early Wokou pirates, were unfamiliar with the southeast coast and could not form a fighting force at all. Only by colluding with the local people could they go ashore and plunder. In the Ming dynasty's professional anti-Japanese book, the leaders of the 14 groups of Wokou pirates were all from the Ming dynasty. The root cause was the Ming dynasty's implementation of the sea ban, so that coastal residents could not rely on the sea to survive and could only become bandits. In addition, for the sake of profit, when the sea ban was relaxed, they were sea merchants, and when the sea ban was strict, they were pirates. Even the aristocratic families secretly colluded with each other, thus causing the Wokou Rebellion for hundreds of years. This world was full of magic. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire's pioneering order was similar to the Wokou Rebellion. Although we can rob a lot of resources from the Kingdom of Eagle, the real wealth created on the land is also robbed by the suzerains of the Kingdom of Eagle. We probably just rob some mines by some serfs, and the rest of the resources are all transferred by the local nobles. In the final analysis, there was a saying in the Yuan song, "Prosperity, the people suffer. Death, the people suffer." After the pioneering order was issued, the ones who were really robbed were the hardworking civilians and serfs. List even thought, is the annual war between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Kingdom of Eagle a bit like the 100 Years' War between England and France on Earth? In the Middle Ages, England and France had a war that lasted for more than 100 years. The nobles launched the Knights' War for profit. In the end, it was naturally the civilians who suffered. As he thought about the war, List suddenly felt dispirited, even though his soul came from Earth and had nothing to do with this world. But soon he cheered up. I don't do anything, but the civilians are still being oppressed by the nobles. If I work hard and succeed in riding a dragon in the future, I may be able to bring a new structure to this world. He clenched his fists. His eyes became more determined. As long as I have justice in my heart and can bring a better life to the civilians in the future, then my participation in the war is an act of justice. This self-analysis, of course, whitewashed the act of waging war for profit, but was also a portrayal of his heart. The living standards of the civilians under the rule of the territory were definitely far higher than that of the civilians in other territories. His goal was to ride a dragon and explore this wonderful world. He did not intend to be a saint, but he also would not become a mercenary, cold-blooded nobleman. While fighting for the great cause of riding a dragon, he would also bring beauty to the world. Why not? The faith in his heart was wiped clean. He regained his usual indifference, standing at the bow of the ship, holding a glass of juice, admiring the blue sky, white clouds, and rippling blue waves. 4 days passed in a flash, and the fleet had successfully arrived at the Iron Hoof Island, Oxfoot City. They would make the last supplies here. Chapter 463. Iron Hoof Island, Cowhoof City. It was now taken over by the Sapphire family, but the scars of war had not been wiped out. The walls of the huge castle towering by the sea were filled with cracks. It was left behind by the Crown Prince when he led the Orders of Chivalry to capture Cowhoof City. At this moment, the port of Cowhoof City was densely anchored with all kinds of sailboats hanging all kinds of flags. The red tulip flag of the Tulip family was very inconspicuous. While anchored for supplies, List found the Red Crab Island fleet, led by his uncle, Messire Lontaro. "Uncle, I want to rent the fleet of Red Crab Island to transport a group of serfs for me," List said directly. Messire liked List, his nephew who had the good looks of the Taro family. "No problem. As long as you pay the corresponding remuneration, the fleet of Red Crab Island can be rented at any time." "How many serfs are you going to transport to your territory?" "I am going to transport at least 10,000, and if I can buy more serfs, I hope to gather 20,000. Black Horse Island is just an undeveloped, deserted island. Are you sure you can rely on your territory to support so many serfs? Once there is a shortage of food, it is likely to cause a commotion in the territory, and the serfs will starve to death. I've already stored enough food for 10,000 people to survive the winter." Adding another 10,000 people will only make the territory's food shortage a bit more. I believe that we can obtain food from other sources and safely last until next year's harvest. List replied confidently. Rely on the mountain to eat the mountain. Rely on the sea to eat the sea. If the serfs have nothing to eat, then let them go to the seaside to fish for seafood, and then buy seafood from various coastal towns on Coral Island. It was absolutely no problem for them to fill their stomachs. It was nothing more than spending gold coins. You are prepared to deal with it, that's all. Messiro's eyes flashed with a trace of nostalgia, and he said gently, if Melissa was still alive and saw your performance today, she would have a bright smile every day. For List, Melissa was just a symbol. His predecessor had already passed away when he was very young, so he didn't even have any memories of her. There was nothing to talk about, so he changed the topic. How is grandfather's health? With the marriage of Meopal and Angela, the Long Taro Castle will certainly be filled with more warmth. Don't worry about the mundane affairs. Your grandfather is getting healthier and healthier. It's just that he's been in a bad mood lately. He would not be satisfied until Meopal and Angela brought him the next successor of the Taro family. Even the princess has to work hard for the continuation of the Taro family bloodline. Yes, the inheritance of the family is the most important issue. As List spoke, he suddenly recalled the smoke mission. Meopal and Angela's affair was not harmonious. At that time, the first thing he thought of was borrowing the seed, which was against human ethics, so he immediately changed the mission. But when he went back and thought about it carefully, he felt that he might have been thinking too much. He had been looking down on Angela, who was promiscuous. The smoke mission said that it was because of sexual intercourse, which led to the inability to continue the bloodline of the family. There were a few other possibilities. It was possible that there was a problem with Meopal's sexual ability, which led to the inability to impregnate Angela. It was also possible that there was a problem with Angela's fertility, which led to the inability to get pregnant. There was also a possibility that the sperm was not active and could not swim to the place where it should go, which naturally made it very difficult to get pregnant. The first two possibilities could not be solved, while the latter possibility needed to be adjusted. If it was just an ordinary degree of inactivity, then eating more zinc-rich foods, having a proper routine, and relaxing mood could increase the degree of activity. Oysters were the food with the highest zinc content. Animal livers were also rich in zinc. If Meopal and Angela are unable to conceive, then I really should help them. At least, I can provide them with oyster food. List thought to himself. After anchored in Oxhoof City for one night, the fleet continued its journey. On the azure blue sea, sailboats lined up one after another. List deliberately climbed to the sentry tower at the top of the mainmast, took out his binoculars, and surveyed the surrounding fleet. The binoculars in his hands were second-generation products, and their precision and clarity far exceeded that of the first-generation binoculars. This stemmed from the Count's continuous investment. The Count was very fond of binoculars. After List explained the principles of the binoculars, the Count vigorously pushed the crystal craftsman to research and polish them. At this time, through the binoculars, List captured a whale leaping high from the sea on the right side of the fleet before heavily falling back into the sea, creating a large splash. These giant beasts were a part of the scenery during the voyage, and they would often accompany the fleet for a period of time. As long as the ships did not attack them, they would also not attack the ships, living in harmony. List had even heard crew members say that when the ship was attacked by sea monsters, these giant whales would even lend a hand and drive away the sea monsters. Their huge bodies made it impossible for ordinary low-level sea monsters to deal with them. This may be the behavior of the whales to protect their young. Sea monsters will hunt the young whales, so the big whales will try their best to stop any hunting behavior of the sea monsters, not letting them develop peacefully to reduce the possibility of the young whales being hunted by the sea monsters. List deduced this. He had seen some documentaries where humpback whales often targeted killer whales, launching thousand-mile rescue operations to save the prey that was about to fall into the mouth of the killer whales. There was no evidence to show why they did this, but they liked to do it chivalrously and courageously. During this voyage, apart from seeing a few whale escorts, there were no other memorable scenes, not even a single sea monster. There were many legends of sea monster attacks in the sea, but the number of times a crew actually encountered them was probably only once in their lifetime. The vast sea was too big, and sea monsters had fixed prey targets. There was no reason for them to attack ships made of wood and eat humans who were not even enough to fill their teeth. What prevented humans in this world from looking at the sea was the constraints of cognition, and the difficulty of obtaining resources in the sea was far greater than on land. In fact, if Liszt had a large piece of land on the continent, he would not think of developing the sea and leading the age of navigation. The deep sea always revealed a mysterious and gloomy atmosphere. Sometimes, when he stood at the bow of the ship and looked at the bottomless sea, he could not help but feel a trace of fear. It was too easy for the merciless sea to swallow a human. Cultivation, cultivation, cultivation. The boring 6.5-day voyage ended quickly. The fleet had already sailed to a large city in the Steel Ridge Kingdom, Coxcomb City, where they would meet, resupply, and collect information before launching an attack on the Sardinia Bay area. Chapter 464. Coxcomb City was located in the easternmost part of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom. It was the central city of the territory of Marquis Zhiling Benedict Gubwesu. Marquis Zhiling's territory was called Rooster Hills and was said to be larger than Ironhoof Island. Naturally, the land was so vast that the size of the territory was meaningless. Most of it was covered by primeval jungles, inhabited by a large number of World of Warcraft. Many primeval jungles were restricted areas for human activities. Even Sky Knights did not dare to rashly set foot in them for fear of being attacked by high-level World of Warcraft. Humans on the continent built large cities on flat plains and gathered along the roads between cities to ensure the safety of survival and communication. Many long-distance trades required orders of chivalry guards. Ordinary merchants could not afford to hire regular orders of chivalry guards, so they hired mercenary guards. Therefore, the existence of mercenary groups was always legal. Gubwesu is a fruit magic ingredient that tastes like a mixture of chocolate and pineapple. It is an expensive specialty of the Gubwesu family. It is said to be a variant of the cocoa fruit, which can be used to produce chocolate. Our country's chocolate is imported from Coxcomb City. The one who introduced Liszt was Captain Leiden. He was once again assigned to Liszt's subordinate, Orders of Chivalry. The Count had already gone to Rooster Hills Castle to attend the welcoming banquet hosted by Marquis Zhiling and hold a military conference. Liszt strolled around Coxcomb City, buying some local specialties. Chocolate sales are huge. Why is there no lord planting cocoa trees in our country? Probably because the climate is not suitable, or maybe there are no cocoa sprites. Coxcomb City was larger than Coral City. The buildings on both sides of the streets were 7-story wooden buildings. The residents ranged from richly dressed aristocrats to ragged serfs. There were also many knights dressed like them, presumably knights who participated in the Orders of Expansion. "Hi, Viscount Liszt." Soon, someone took the initiative to greet Liszt. It was a young Viscount from Golden Island who came to Coral Island to attend a wedding. Liszt recognized him. He had personally received him before. "Viscount Cyril, you're also here to stroll around Coxcomb City?" "Haha, I'm not interested in Coxcomb City. I'm going to the Elven Market to see if there are any suitable sprite worms. I'm going to buy a few." Elven Market? Liszt's interest was piqued. "I also plan to go and have a look." "Then let's go together." Following Viscount Cyril, the group soon arrived at the Elf Market located in a corner of Coxcomb City. This was a small wild sprite trading market, which did not sell many sprite worms. Liszt had collected a magic book called Wild Sprite Worm Market Selling Prices, which recorded the sprite market. In Steel City, the capital of the Steel Ridge Kingdom, there was a large market for wild elves. The prices of elves there were clearly recorded in books. For example, a Venus flytrap sprite worm was sold for 3,600 gold coins. He had bought it from Viscount Jonas for 700 gold coins. However, mosquitoes and flies were rampant in Steel City. Every household liked to buy a Venus flytrap and grow at home. Even if the Venus flytrap's ability to catch insects was very low, as long as the scale of cultivation was increased, the effect of catching mosquitoes and flies would still be good. On Coral Island, Venus flytraps were practically useless. There were not many mosquitoes and flies, and commoners could not afford them. Aristocrats had other ways to drive away mosquitoes and flies. Along the way, Liszt gradually gained a clear understanding of the prices in this small sprite market. Their prices were similar to those in Steel City, generally around 1 or 2,000 gold coins. As for the useless sprite worms, their prices were around several hundred gold coins. As for the potion-related sprite worms, their prices went up to 2,000 gold coins. The most expensive sprite worm Liszt saw was priced at 3,800 gold coins. It was a mystic fruit sprite worm. The mysterious fruit was not a potion, but it could enhance the human tongue's sense of taste, making it an excellent accompaniment to meals. It's too expensive. I won't be able to recoup the cost of buying it. Coral Island's population is too small, and there are not many aristocrats. There is no demand for the mysterious fruit. He shook his head, not intending to buy it. Instead, he wanted to buy some grain-type sprite worms. Unfortunately, the price of grain-type sprite worms was not cheap, not less than 2,000. The value of the grains produced by the sprite worms for 10 years simply could not make up for the price of the sprite worms themselves. If he bought it, it would evolve into a lesser sprite. Once it evolved, he would make a huge profit. After all, grains were an important component of human food. The grains produced by a lesser sprite could feed countless people. Liszt was very short on grain-type sprites. He only had 1 wheat sprite worm, 1 corn sprite worm, and 2 wheat sprites worm. Perhaps the corn grass worm could also be regarded as a grain-type sprite worm. After all, he now had cob corn and corn. The wheat sprite worm costs 2,300 gold coins, which is not cost-effective. I don't have that many gold coins right now. Forget it. I'll wait for the territory to breed on its own. I have the smoke mission, so the source of sprite worms is not a problem. Liszt silently calculated and gave up on the idea of buying. He was going to continue to look for the black nightshade sprite worm, rubber sprite worm, and thorn sprite worm. As long as the price of these 3 sprite worms was not outrageous, he would not hesitate to buy them. Unfortunately, after looking around, he did not find them. There were less than 100 sprite worms being traded in the elven market, most of which were useless sprite worms. The trade of sprite worms was not prosperous enough to begin with. Many of them were supplied by lesser aristocrats who were incapable of operating them. Greater aristocrats would only buy and not sell them. For aristocrats, sprites were always scarce. If Viscount Jonas had not encountered financial problems, he would not have sold the black nightshade sprite worm and the Venus flytrap worm. After leaving the elven market, Liszt asked Captain Leiden, "When will the serf trade be held?" "Not yet, but once the war starts, mercenary groups will soon come to contact us. We only need to prepare a ship at the seaside, and the mercenary groups will escort a large number of serfs to trade. The time is very short. Maybe within an hour, the trade will be completed, and then everyone will leave." Captain Leiden had participated in many development orders and was very clear about the serf trade. There were even some serf trades where the villages were plundered on the same day, and the serfs would be escorted to trade on the same day. Captain Leiden added, "We can also contact the serf traders and have them buy the slaves. They always have a way to obtain a large number of slaves. Then we only need to wait for their worn-out wooden ships at the seaside. We don't even need to go ashore to complete the trade." This kind of serf trade was obviously to prevent the orders of chivalry from discovering the trade. It was a lot safer, but the serf traders would take a cut. It was better to directly trade with mercenary groups. Do our Coral Island generally trade directly, or do we contact the serf traders? Asked Liszt. Captain Leiden smiled mysteriously. Seeing that no one was approaching them, he said in a low voice, "Leader, do you know how those small lords who are often invaded along the coast survive? Their territories may not have much production, but the mercenary groups they raise are even bigger than some of the mercenary groups raised by the big lords. They are all secretly engaged in the slave trade." Chapter 465. The war had already begun. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire's Orders of Chivalry had participated in the war mainly to harass and restrain more of the Eagle Kingdom's Orders of Chivalry. Therefore, after resting in Coxcomb City for a day, the fleet set out to attack the established Sardinia Bay Area. Marquis Xiling also sent a large number of his followers to follow the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's fleet to attack the Sardinia Bay Area. The Tulip family's fleet carried Marquis Xiling's follower, Earl Bluestone, as well as his Orders of Chivalry, which numbered nearly 1,000 knights. Herbert, this is my second son, List. He is the Viscount of Black Horse Island and an elite Earth Knight. Lee William introduced Earl Bluestone to Earl Bluestone, who had just boarded the ship. A very handsome young man. He looks very young. List, how old are you? Earl Bluestone Herbert asked. 17 years old, Earl Bluestone. The aristocratic titles of the mainland kingdoms were not named after the place, but were titles related to the territory. For example, Marquis Xiling's title was Xiling, which meant pheasant feathers. It originated from his fief, Pheasant Hills. In addition, the central city of his territory was also called Coxcomb City. The same was true for Earl Bluestone. His fief was Bluestone Valley, which was filled with a kind of bluestone. As for his full name, it was Herbert Tietelin. Tietelin was a type of flower. The naming of surnames in the mainland kingdoms was not much different from the naming of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire surnames. The serf class among the commoners basically had no surnames. The wealthy among the free class would have despicable surnames. Some of the small aristocrats continued their despicable surnames or changed to ordinary surnames. Only the middle and high-ranking aristocrats could use beautiful words such as flowers, grains, and metals as surnames. Although there were no explicit rules for surnames, ordinary people would be punished by the Lord if they dared to use beautiful words as surnames. There were even some minor nobles who used beautiful words as their surnames, but they were still suppressed by the major nobles and even destroyed. Earl Bluestone, who seemed to be a straightforward person, asked directly, a 17-year-old elite Earth Knight, very talented. You are the second son of Earl Lee William, so the title of Viscount of Black Horse Island was earned by your own merits on the battlefield? Yes. When did you enter the battlefield? This year. This year. Count Bluestone was astonished. Lee William faintly said, Herbert, you should know that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire suffered a mutiny. List was promoted from Baron to Viscount of Black Horse Island because of his military exploits on Ironhoof Island. I've heard about the Battle of Ironhoof Island. Just one battle, and you're promoted to a Viscount. It seems like your son has made great contributions in the battle. He has an Earth-type intermediate world of Warcraft as a pet. He has conquered many castles and performed outstandingly in the final battle, earning Prince Anthony's admiration. Lee William, will he inherit your title? Herbert suddenly asked. List answered himself. Earl Bluestone, my brother Levis, is the heir. He is also an elite Earth Knight. It's enviable that the family has so many excellent heirs. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Herbert and Lee William entered the cabin, while List continued to stay at the bow. He also had to train the 8 little ones and Dosen. They were about to enter the battlefield. He was still a little worried about the obedience and discipline of the 8 little ones. They were all immature cubs. They were not even a year old, and so far only knew rockthorns. As Captain Loudon said, the Coral Island fleet had just arrived at the coastline. Without experiencing a battle, they already had a small port, a city, and a castle that were not much bigger than a small town. When the lord of this territory heard the news of an invader attack, he abandoned the territory early and fled. Thus, the Knights of the Coral Islands' Orders of Chivalry and Bluestone's Orders of Chivalry landed at the port one after another. Using this place as a springboard, they launched an attack on the Sardinia Bay Area. Speed was of the essence in war. With practically no time to rest and prepare, the Earth Knights of the Orders of Chivalry entered a state of war one after another. List also had no time to lament over the sudden war. Riding a chocobo, he followed beside the Count. They looted towns and cities, besieged castles, and fought against the Orders of Chivalry who came to resist. There wasn't much strategy, just a primitive and barbaric charge, and charge again. In previous battles, the Coral Islands' orders of chivalry rarely attacked named castles because they were easy to defend and hard to attack. But this time, with the help of Dosin and the 8 Little Ones, they pushed forward. In just a day and a half, the Coral Islands' orders of chivalry, which had been separated from Bluestone's orders of chivalry, penetrated 300 kilometers into the mainland and attacked a named castle located by the river, River Bend Castle. Dosin, get ready to attack the castle. 8 Little Ones, follow Dosin. Listen to my command, Rockthorns. The Count watched over the battlefield while List personally commanded the Blizzard Beast to begin dismantling River Bend Castle. The other orders of Chivalry Knight shot arrows to suppress the counterattack of River Bend Castle. A moment later, one side of River Bend Castle's wall collapsed, and Viscount Jonas took the lead and rushed towards the gap in the castle. Then all the knights swarmed towards River Bend Castle. In less than 10 minutes, the castle belonging to the Viscount fell under the powerful attack of the Coral Islands' orders of chivalry. The Viscount Lord died on the spot. Capture all the Earth Knights and count the castle's supplies. Lee William did not take action. Instead, he strolled the whole time and began to direct the finishing work. Captain Mickey, send Mouse to contact the nearby mercenary corps. We will trade supplies. In addition, pay close attention to the orders of chivalry in the surrounding territories and be ready to fight at any time. Yes, sir. Unlike the previous times when the captives were used to pay ransom, this time the Grand Duke allowed his followers to incorporate the captives themselves. Therefore, the Earth Knights who were not disabled in the war were the targets of incorporation. The Count was only interested in the elite Earth Knights. Moreover, the elite Earth Knights who were not old, did not have a high title, or did not even have a title at all. For the time being, it was not List's turn to prioritize the elite Earth Knights. His target was the young Earth Knight, preferably a single Earth Knight. Once such an Earth Knight was incorporated into his territory and married, they would quickly become loyal. Lee William looked at the tied-up Earth Knights and spoke slowly. You have become my captives. Your life and death are in my hands. Now, I will give you the right to choose. First, write a letter to your family and lord and pay me a satisfactory ransom. Then you can go back. Second, if you do not have enough ransom, then you can pledge loyalty to me and my followers. The 40 or so Earth Knights who were not disabled looked at each other dejectedly. Captives and pledging loyalty were very common in the war on the continent. However, the Grand Duchy of Sapphire had never accepted the loyalty of captives. They did not know why it was different this time. Among them, 21 Earth Knights chose to pay the ransom. The remaining 26 Earth Knights chose to pledge loyalty to the Grand Duke. First, the Count chose 3 young elite Earth Knights. Then, the 3 Viscounts took turns to choose. List had the highest military service and was ranked first, so he could choose one first. He looked at the remaining Earth Knights. There were only 2 elites, one old and one middle-aged. Needless to say, he chose the middle-aged elite Earth Knight. Tell me your name. List was wearing a bright, silver, mithril armor. Although he was young, the knights could clearly see that he was surrounded by a group of powerful World of Warcraft players. So, Chapter 466. In addition to the elite Earth Knight, Vader, List also chose 4 Earth Knights. Counting the 3 chosen by the Count and the 15 chosen by the Viscount, there were 8 old and weak Earth Knights left for the Baron to choose from. And so, the first knight recruitment was completed. The loyalty of these knights could not be guaranteed. Their future depended on their performance. As for the knight who chose to pay the ransom, they were simply tied up. However, there was no need to worry. The knight was a group of trustworthy people on the battlefield. Being a captive was nothing. They could still eat, drink, sleep, and even attend banquets as long as they paid the ransom. Nationalism had not developed in this era, and the feudal system led to a lack of national color. Therefore, the most fanatical nationalism and patriotism had not sprouted. The War of the Night was for each other's interests. It was a contest of strength between the nobles. It was similar to arm wrestling. The victors would not mistreat the captives, and the captives naturally did not have to deliberately escape. They could eat and drink, wait for their families or lords to deliver the ransom, and then go home happily, as long as they did not die in battle. The battlefield was as leisurely as a vacation. Of course, once defeated, the captives had to bleed to redeem themselves. While resting in the castle, the 5 Earth Knights who had just chosen to pledge allegiance quickly mingled with a knight of the Flower Squad, raising their glasses and drinking together. Liz still felt that it was ridiculous. War was such a serious matter, but it was like a game to the knight. Perhaps it really is just a game of plunder. Attacking the Sardinia Bay area is to plunder resources, not to occupy the land. He picked up his glass and took a sip in response to a newly pledged Earth Knight who toasted him. He suddenly felt that this was also good. If he was defeated one day, he could pay the ransom to redeem himself. It would be best if he did not die. "My lord, Vader has a request. I don't know if you will allow it." Vader suddenly saluted solemnly. He spoke in Serpentine. The Sardinia Bay region was close to the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and shared a common border with the Rooster Hills. Many Knight knew Wind language and Serpentine. "Please speak, Knight Vader. On the eve of the war, my family had just moved. I'll let them hide in a village in a small town nearby. I would like to ask for your permission to bring them here and accompany you back to the Grand Duchy of Sapphire after the war. Loyalty to the Knight's family." Of course, he had to allow it. After all, he had family to tie him down, and his loyalty wouldn't be too low. At the very least, when the Knight was defeated, there was a high chance that he would choose to pay the ransom, provided that he had enough money to pay the ransom. It was precisely because the local viscounts had died in battle and there was no lord to pay a ransom for them that these commoner Earth Knights without titles would easily choose to be loyal. He couldn't just stubbornly wait for death. "Teacher Marcus, I need you to take some people with you and ask Vader to write a letter to bring back his family. Then let them leave here by boat first and return to the territory with the serfs." List didn't let Vader pick up his family in person because he didn't trust him enough. He was going to pick up his family and send them to Black Horse Island first. In this way, Vader, who had no worries, could quickly integrate into the Knight squad. Then, he looked at the 4 Earth Knights. "What about your family? Do you need to pick them up?" The 3 Earth Knights told him where their family was hiding. Only 1 Earth Knight hesitated. "My lord, I am an illegitimate child and am not valued by my family. They're just a group of strangers to me. My mother was a serf and has passed away. In my territory, illegitimate children will not be an obstacle." List raised his eyebrows. "You're still young. After following me, opportunities to change your fate are everywhere." The Earth Knight immediately knelt on one knee. "I am willing to serve my lord." He looked very excited. Once, as the second son of a noble, he was not valued and even suppressed. The lord he followed also did not value him. There was almost no hope of changing his fate. So after the defeat, he couldn't even pay the ransom. He thought that he would probably be sent to the mines and workshops to work until he died. He didn't expect that he could choose to pledge allegiance again. This was simply great news. The former Grand Duchy of Sapphire was not allowed to take in prisoners. They had to pay the ransom or be imprisoned as hard labor. More importantly, the lord did not care about his illegitimate identity. Weapons, armor, utensils, food. After the materials paid were counted, they were immediately distributed to each knight according to their merits. Of course, these materials would not be distributed now. They would all be transported to the small port town by the sea. There, many mercenary groups and second-hand dealers would come to trade gems, crystals, jade, and metals. Of course, the serf trade was also part of it. "Father, I don't need other materials, I just want serfs." List's purpose was clear. "I will let Captain Mickey convert your part of the spoils of war into serfs, and part of the merchant ships will be transferred to transport serfs for you." "Thank you, Father. Don't forget to pay the rental fee. You have to give me a discount, at least 20% cheaper than renting my uncle's merchant ship. 10%, no more. If you weren't my son, I'd charge you a 30% premium." All right. It was normal for a father and son to talk about business. After all, List had been in theft and was an independent individual. He let Marcus leave the night squad and take charge of the serf trade alone. Teacher Marcus, the serfs sent by the mercenary group can be accepted as long as they are not sick. Even disabled serfs can be sent to Black Horse Island as long as they have a little skill. My lord, I understand. The serf trade had begun. The pace of the war was also advancing rapidly. Maintaining contact with other orders of chivalry, the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry set off again after resting in River Bay Castle for a night to attack a wider area and plunder all the wealth on the earth. The Lesser Lords' Orders of Chivalry could not stop their attack at all. List, in particular, led 9 blizzard beasts to participate in the charge every time. A burst of rock thorns could always disrupt the enemy Orders of Chivalry's formation and complete the defeat. One brilliant victory after another was harvested. Even if those Orders of Chivalry hid in the castle, it was difficult to resist the earth magic of the blizzard beasts. For a time, with him as the arrowhead, the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry took down 4 small cities and directly entered the first big city, Falcon City, the territory of the Peregrine Falcon Count. The meaning of the name Falcon City was that the Peregrine Falcon witnessed the city. The Peregrine Falcon naturally referred to the Peregrine Falcon Count, Tusk Sweet Cherry Leaf. At this moment, in the Sweet Cherry Leaf Castle on the eastern hillside of Falcon City, the Peregrine Falcon Count's face was gloomy, and he held a meeting of his followers. After receiving a warning from the Rattlesnake Marquis, the disgusting flies of sapphire have come again. This time they chose the Sardinia Bay area. The Pheasant Marquis on the other side is also coming, so all the lords of Sardinia Bay must unite. The followers howled, "Yes, my lord." Chapter 467. Fragrant Chariot Castle was not tall. At least compared to Tulip Castle, there was still a gap. However, Falcon City at the foot of the mountain was far larger than Coral City. Coral City had a population of about 30,000, while Falcon City had a population of at least 40,000 to 50,000. Sir, if we plunder Falcon City, the assault formation will inevitably be disrupted. Orders of Chivalry of Fragrant Chariot Castle will launch a charge at any time and defeat us. Viscount Trick led the Orders of Chivalry around Falcon City and came to report. Although the city was not as strong as the castle, however, it also had a basic city wall and many apprentice night guards. It would not be easy to break through under the rain of arrows. Not to mention the elite Orders of Chivalry of Fragrant Chariot Castle, eyeing them covetously. In the past, Orders of Chivalry of Coral Island would directly skip the big cities and loot small cities and rural towns. Encountering a mine would be tantamount to making a fortune. At this time, Orders of Chivalry, who were hiding in the castle, would have to consider whether to come out and fight or remain trapped in the castle and not come out, allowing the Orders of Chivalry of Coral Island to plunder and leave. But now, Lee William glanced at his second son, who was becoming more and more calm, and the black behemoth beside him, and confidently said, "Then let's first defeat Fragrant Chariot Castle, and then plunder Falcon City." His gaze shifted to List. "Is Dosen ready?" "Dosen can attack the city at any time, sir." List patted Dosen's big head. Dosen, who was almost 2 years old, had matured in all aspects of his body, and was particularly skilled in the 4 types of magic. He had basically reached the peak level of his bloodline. "Then let's start the siege. Leave Sacred Swordsman Tasker to me. You are responsible for suppressing the archers of Fragrant Chariot Castle and counterattacking Dosen and the 8 blizzard beasts. The main force is to attack the city." The order was issued. The battle was about to begin. The Coral Islands Master Archers of Orders of Chivalry surrounded Fragrant Chariot Castle and fired at the knight on top of the city wall. List, riding on the back of the Chocobo Loki and holding the Swift Shadow Bow, began to command the blizzard beasts to attack the city. The 8 little ones were responsible for prying up the city wall with rock spikes, while Dosen was responsible for bombarding the city wall with rock grenades. The combat aura of the knights could shatter the mana in the air and cast spells, but it couldn't shatter the spells released by the mana in World of Warcraft. However, during the siege, List discovered that Fragrant Chariot Castle unexpectedly released a few spells, injuring several knights of the Coral Islands Orders of Chivalry. Fragrant Chariot Castle also has World of Warcraft, but fortunately, it should be a low-level World of Warcraft that can only cast Wind, Blade, and Fireball. He cast Magic Eyes and quickly locked onto the castle's shooting hole. He could distinguish the non-humanoid magic radiance. Soon, he found the constantly changing position of World of Warcraft, drew the swift shadow bow to a full moon, and charged up an arrow dipped in poison. He had already practiced multiple arrows to the proficiency level. When World of Warcraft just poked its head out to release magic, he loosened the bowstring and shot an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow spun through the air in a trajectory hard to see with the naked eye, accurately flew into the shooting hole, and plunged into the mouth of World of Warcraft. There seemed to be a cry of World of Warcraft in his ears. World of Warcraft, which had poked its head out from the shooting hole, had already retreated into the castle, no longer showing its head. The corners of List's mouth rose slightly. His archery had probably reached the acme of perfection. Looking at the Coral Islands' nearly 1,000 Earth Knights, he should be the one with the strongest archery. Training archery every day, coupled with his superior talent, was not in vain. Coupled with Magic Eyes, the effect was even better. The bowstring was pulled to a full moon again, and he aimed at the second World of Warcraft. When this World of Warcraft also poked its head out to release magic, another arrow was shot, spinning and plunging into the mouth of World of Warcraft. Screams were heard again. World of Warcraft retreated into the castle. He didn't know if the two World of Warcraft were dead, but the arrows were dipped in the high-purity poison of fast-growing poisonous thorns. Even if they were not dead, World of Warcraft would lose a layer of skin. When shooting people, he followed the knight's rules and did not use poisoned arrows. But shooting World of Warcraft was not so particular. Suddenly, he shouted, "Rock, come back!" It turned out that Rock, the blizzard beast, was excited and rushed into the range of the rain of arrows. List could shoot Fragrant Chariot Castle's World of Warcraft, and the castle sharpshooter naturally dared to shoot his World of Warcraft. So he immediately called back Rock, keeping the 8 small ones out of the range of the rain of arrows. The discipline of the 8 small ones had to be strengthened. Only Dosin did not need List to worry too much. He directly put on a body of stone armor and rushed forward, throwing rock grenades at close range and bombarding the city wall. Cracks appeared one after another on the city wall. After exhausting his magic power, the attack was suspended, and the knight retreated like a tide, waiting for Dosin to replenish his magic power again and continue the siege. After the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, the Coral Island Knight's knight already knew how to cooperate with Dosin's rhythm, attacking wave after wave. "Father, do you think we can capture the Burning Sword Saint?" List asked during the break. Lee William shook his head. "It's very difficult. The Sky Knight's strength has reached the Sacred Swordsman level. Even if there's a big gap in their attack power, their ability to escape definitely has their own merits. Moreover, I'm not good at tracking my opponent. My Chi and Chi secret manuals are not outstanding in terms of speed." He cultivated the high-grade water attribute Chi secret manual Giant Wave Breaks the Tide, which was superior in endurance, tough attack, and excellent defense. However, his explosive power was slightly lacking, and his speed was also very mediocre. I don't know what high-grade Chi secret manual task he has. It would be great if we could seize his Chi secret manual. List said expectantly. Sacred Swordsman Tasky Fragrant Chariot Leaf. From the title of Sacred Swordsman, it could be seen that his Chi was of the fire attribute. He had already obtained a high-grade fire attribute Chi secret manual Red Sun Rising Flame, but he did not mind having a new high-grade Chi secret manual. Only by referring to each other could he achieve great success. Although cultivating more Chi secret manuals did not necessarily mean that the more techniques one practiced, it could even lead to problems in cultivation due to the conflict between techniques. However, List believed that with his comprehension ability, he could overcome such obstacles. The Count said, "It is very likely that he will carry the Chi secret manual with him. As long as we can't catch him, There is no way to obtain the Chi's secret manual. The father and son discussed the post-war issues. They simply did not pay any attention to the fragrant chariot castle. However, without waiting for them to rest, the warning bugle suddenly sounded. The fragrant chariot castle's orders of chivalry rushed out of the castle and brazenly charged towards the Coral Islands camp of orders of chivalry. With binoculars, the fragrant chariot castle's movements were immediately discovered. I thought he was a coward, but I didn't expect Tasky Fragrant Chariot to be so hot-blooded. In that case, let me obliterate his hot-bloodedness. Lee William suddenly stood up. High-grade chi surged around his body, giving people the pressure of a vast ocean that was about to set off towering waves. List also quickly stood up and returned to his orders of chivalry, getting into formation to meet the enemy. Chapter 468. Charge. On the battlefield, the two armored torrents collided. It should have been a well-matched scene, but there was an unexpected trend. The orders of chivalry led by List was like a sharp knife, quickly piercing through the formation of the orders of chivalry destroyed by the blizzard beasts, defeating the opponent in one battle. He then changed his direction and rushed to the side of the orders of chivalry. He himself was surrounded by the blizzard beasts, and Dosin, clad in stone armor, was sweeping in front. There was no Earth Knight that could stop him. As he ran amok, he dealt a huge blow to the knights of the fragrant chariot castle. Moreover, it was a huge blow that affected the entire group. The orders of chivalry, which were defeated by him, were quickly taken over by the other orders of chivalry of Coral Island, which were madly sprinting and attacking. A new formation could not be established at all. From the very beginning, the trend of the battle was doomed. As long as the number of orders of chivalry was not several times out of the Coral Island or had many Sky Knights to help, the orders of chivalry of Coral Island with blizzard beasts were absolutely invincible among the Earth-level orders of chivalry. Tusk, who was watching from the side of the battlefield, trembled with anger when he saw his knight being taken away by a wave of attack. Damn intermediate world of Warcraft, destroying my walls and disrupting my formation. Damn it! He fiercely stirred up his chi, turned into a flame, and rushed into the sky. He fell down again, ready to bombard the blizzard beasts. However, before he could land, he heard a loud shout in his ear. "Tusk, have you asked for my sword?" It was accompanied by a silver-white sword light. It was Lee William who launched a brazen attack. The opponent of the Sky Knight should naturally be the Sky Knight. He broke away from the charge of the Earth Knight and began to fight with his sword at high altitude. Get lost! Tusk waved his sword to resist. Boom! Two high-level chi exploded in mid-air. Half of it was flame, and the other half was water vapor. Lee William rushed out of the water vapor, his momentum undiminished. You talk big, but your strength is too low. Umph. Tusk couldn't spare any attention to talk to Lee William. He was fully focused on his sword fight with Lee William. Suddenly, he caught a glimpse of 3 arrows shooting at him from the ground. These 3 arrows had erratic trajectories and were as fast as lightning, forcing him to withdraw his sword move and twist his body to dodge. Clang! However, when the arrows were about to brush past his shoulder, they actually collided with each other once. Then, the 3 arrows changed directions and headed straight for his body. The long sword returned and quickly deflected the strange arrow. Tasker didn't even have time to heave a sigh of relief before William's attack arrived. The sword bombarded him and sent him flying from midair. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times before stopping. Then, he had to face Lee Williams' relentless barrage of attacks. Not far away, List, who commanded the orders of chivalry to charge forward, put away the swift shadow bow. He was very satisfied with the power of his triple arrow chain. Although it didn't hurt Tusk in the slightest, it successfully broke his initiative and put him in a passive position. This proved that he already had the qualifications to intervene in the Sky Knight sword fight. After taking potions for a long period of time, including supplementary potions and magic potions, his fighting energy grew at a rapid pace. Coupled with the fact that the aura decay could slow down the loss of his fighting energy, he was improving at every moment. His training as an elite Earth Knight far surpassed that of anyone else. If it wasn't for the magic fire seed in his heart that was competing with him for nourishment, he suspected that he would have reached the limit of an elite Earth Knight after half a month of training. Then, he would break through the bottleneck of his fighting energy and advance to a Sky Knight. It'll be soon. Chris hurried to refine all the supplementary Black Nightshade into Black Nightshade supplementary potions before I set off. Then, together with the Fire Magic Potion and the Thorn Magic Potion, they should be enough for me to stay on the battlefield for a month. I'll see if I can break through once in a month. If I fail, then I'll wait until I get back. His thoughts wandered for a moment. He had to focus on commanding the Orders of Chivalry to charge forward. 20 minutes later, at the end of the battle, the Orders of Chivalry of Fragrant Chariot Castle were routed. The Sacred Swordsman Tasker was also no match for the Sacred Swordsman of Waves Lee William. He led the remaining several hundred knights and fled back to Fragrant Chariot Castle. Then, without hesitation, he abandoned Fragrant Chariot Castle and fled into the distance without looking back. It was a brilliant victory. The casualties of the Coral Islands Orders of Chivalry Knight was less than 1/10, but more than 300 Earth Knights were captured. There was no doubt that at least half of the more than 300 Earth Knights would accept allegiance and reorganization to replenish the losses of the Coral Islands Orders of Chivalry. The subsequent reorganization process was indeed the same. The Count of the Peregrine Falcon had already fled. Although he had taken away the Fragrant Chariot Castle's valuables, including elves, there was still a large number of supplies left in the castle. This meant that the Count of the Peregrine Falcon had suffered heavy losses and might not be able to pay the ransom for the captured Earth Knights. The knights without money could only accept the reorganization. 116 Earth Knights chose to pay the ransom. 242 Earth Knights chose to accept the reorganization. List added 7 elite Earth Knights and 27 Earth Knights. In addition to the 3 elite Earth Knights and 16 Earth Knights that had been incorporated in succession. Not long after the expansion order began, his subordinates had been supplemented with 10 elite Earth Knights and 43 ordinary Earth Knights. At present, the Flower Town's Knight Squad had not suffered any losses. It had a full complement of 12 members, and there were still 7 Earth Knights in his territory. Therefore, he already had a total of 12 elite Earth Knights and 60 ordinary Earth Knights. He could form 6 Knight Squads, which was not far from forming 1 Orders of Chivalry. However, he was not prepared to continue to incorporate more troops. 1 Orders of Chivalry was too costly, and his territory could not afford it for the time being. You can write to your families immediately, and I will send a knight to pick them up and send them to settle in my territory, Black Horse Island. You will stay and assist me in continuing the expansion campaign. List said seriously to the newly reorganized knight. The best way to control them was to take their families away together. It was difficult to leave their homeland, but they had been defeated and were loyal to the Lord again. The knight could only write letters to pick up their families. It takes time to pick up people, reorganize, and count the harvest. Coral Island Orders of Chivalry were temporarily stationed in Fragrant Chariot Castle and were not prepared to continue to attack other aristocratic territories for a short time, because there is still a big city, Hayami City, that could be plundered. This is a huge harvest. In the past, we may have gone thousands of kilometers or even farther to plunder all the materials on the earth. But it is rare to capture large castles and large cities. List, your blizzard beast, is the biggest contributor. At the dinner party, the Count raised his glass to List with relief. List smiled. Father, I just did what I had to do. I am proud of you, my son. Lee William drank the wine in his glass. The food and wine were all stored in the castle. List also drank it in one gulp. A brilliant victory on the battlefield. His achievements were certainly second only to the Count, which was undoubtedly great. It was a pity that he did not plunder metal mines. Metal mines were the biggest indicator of the Orders of Expansion. The Count put down his glass. He looked around and raised his glass again. The war is far from over, and danger is coming any time. Everyone is limited to this last glass. Let's raise our glasses together and celebrate this brilliant victory. Everyone raised their glasses together. Glory to the night, glory to the Lord. Chapter 469. Over the next few days, it was time for harvest. Count Peregrine Falcon did not come to retaliate and reclaim his territory and castle, allowing the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry to completely plunder Falcon City. Not a single sprite worm was found, and none of the knight who paid the ransom was willing to contribute sprite worms. Before the war began, Count Peregrine Falcon and his followers were ready to transfer the important sprite worms and other materials away. Viscount Jonas complained. Viscount Trick sighed with emotion. At least the materials we obtained are far more than in the past. He recalled the past. In my memory, following Sir for nearly 20 years, there were only 3 times when the harvest was greater than this time. The first time was a 1,000-mile raid to plunder a large iron mine, which led to the pursuit of the Dragon Knight. The second time was to capture the Sky Knight and get 2 lesser sprites as ransom. The third time was to plunder a large number of gems. Indeed, this time we not only plundered a lot of materials, but also completed the involvement of the surrounding territories. There will be a lot of meritorious service. Moreover, we can incorporate prisoners, which is of great benefit to the replenishment of our knight subordinates. Speaking of which, if it were not for the sudden rise of Viscount List, it would not have been easy to achieve such a brilliant victory. Trick said, without Dosen's siege deterrence, forcing the Burning Sword Sage to charge, we would not have had a chance to break through Fragrant Chariot Castle. He is not only Dosen, but also 8 blizzard beasts. No wonder everyone calls him the Son of Glory. This time, his harvest is second only to the Count's. He chose to buy serfs. With his spoils of war, he can probably buy more than 10,000 serfs, and the development of his territory will soon surpass ours. Trick suddenly asked, Jonas, where do you think Viscount List will be in the future? Jonas frowned and thought for a moment before shaking his head and replying, I don't know, but I believe that if Sir Count goes further and becomes the new Marquis of the Grand Duchy, then Viscount List will be worthy of the status of Count in the future. I think so as well. Who would have expected that the inconspicuous second son of the Tulip family would become such a dazzling existence? The knight's glory is all on him. Actually, it's not just the knight glory's blessing. His strength is also outstanding. I feel that the strength he displayed this time has already surpassed mine. Especially his archery. He can already participate in a battle between Sky Knights. If he cooperates with Dosen, I have no doubt that they can defeat a Sky Knight. Is that so? He's already so powerful? He was a trainee knight before he came of age, right? I don't know how he cultivates, but it won't be long before he becomes a Sky Knight. Yunus recalled his interactions with List and made such a prediction. Trick was a little skeptical. I don't feel that his aura is stronger than during the Battle of Ironhoof Island. I also noticed this, but his strength has indeed become stronger. Yunus shrugged his shoulders. As for whether it's true or not, perhaps we'll find out soon enough. Maybe. Others were discussing the strength of List. In the past year or two, his limelight was so strong that it was unparalleled on Coral Island. The birth of lesser elves, the breeding of intermediate World of Warcraft, the promotion to Viscount, the acquisition of a fief island, and the strength of the elite Earth Knight, which even surpassed that of the veteran potion school, had changed too much. On the monotonous Coral Island, no one would refute calling List the Son of Glory. In the past, List was very opposed to such a high profile. However, after a conversation with Marquis Merlin, he understood that being low-key was not necessarily the best choice. He was the son of an earl and had the blood of a marquis. He was born to be superior. Showing his talent, as long as it was not too shocking, would only bring benefits and no harm. If he had hidden his strength during the Battle of Ironhoof Island, how could he have been granted the title of Viscount on Black Horse Island? If this development made him hide his strength, how could he collect military merits, spoils of war, buy a large number of serfs, and rob a large number of craftsmen in Hayami City? Sir, after negotiations, we have persuaded 110 craftsmen to take their families to settle on Black Horse Island. Marcus said excitedly. Very well. After these craftsmen board the ship, be sure to tell the accompanying retainer knight to take care of them and not let them die needlessly. Understood, sir. By the way, Teacher Marcus, what is the result of the serf trade with the mercenary group? We have submitted enough spoils of war, and the mercenary group is driving the serfs to the port to trade with us. The fleet of Red Crab Island has also rented us 20 merchant ships to transport serfs. Together with the merchant ships of Coral Island, we have 30 merchant ships to transport serfs. A two-masted merchant ship could carry 300 people while ensuring that the serfs could ride in good health. 30 merchant ships would carry 9,000 people. Our spoils of war are enough to transport 2 serfs, right? Liszt asked again. He was mainly responsible for the war, and Marcus had become his right-hand man in the serf trade. Marcus shook his head. The mercenary group is too ruthless. The spoils of war here are generally 1/3 to 1/5 cheaper than on Coral Island. After we save the cost of renting merchant ships, we can probably buy 13,000 serfs. 13,000 serfs. This was far beyond the bottom line of Liszt's mind, but he was still greedy. I will find a way to borrow some money and try to fill the merchant ships again. Sir, we have bought so many serfs, I am afraid the food stocks in the territory are not enough. Marcus said, before you left, you had stored enough food for 10,000 people for the winter. If we transport 18,000 serfs, the food will certainly not be enough. Then borrow money, rent the idle merchant ships of other nobles, and transport food back. The more bold a person was, the more productive he was. He was no longer satisfied with small businesses. What he wanted was leapfrogging development. Renting merchant ships at this time will certainly require a high price. Every great lord comes to the Eagle Kingdom to plunder supplies and transport them back to their territories. This is not necessarily true. Not all lords can lead the orders of chivalry to capture the castle and plunder so many supplies. I remember that during the last orders of expansion, the family fleet was not loaded with supplies, and several merchant ships returned empty. Liszt motioned to Marcus to go ahead and rent them. As long as he was willing to spend money, empty ships could definitely be rented and food could definitely be bought. Borrowing money once was borrowing money. Borrowing money again was still borrowing money. He believed that he could get enough gold coins from Count Lee William and Uncle Massillo to buy empty ships and load food. At the same time, he would also send a letter to Gort so that Gort would increase his efforts to purchase grain and store more food for the winter. But then again, Gort is too slow. The smoke mission has not been completed yet. I don't know if he has not stored enough food. Without the smoke mission, I feel that the rewards of this orders of expansion may not be more than the rewards of the Battle of Ironhoof Island. Chapter 470. On the grassland, if an antelope was killed, then the lion that killed it would enjoy the delicious part first. Then the hyena would wait to enjoy the leftovers. Then the vultures would wander around ready to buckle some residue from the bones. And finally the flies would buzz around the bones and the remaining carrion, leaving maggots for the final carnival. There was no doubt. Fragrant Chariot Castle was captured, Falcon City was plundered, and the orders of chivalry of Coral Island was the predator, enjoying the most delicious part. Then the mercenary corps and second-hand dealers rushed in to share the rest of the supplies. Rats, thieves, and so on would come to carve up the leaked supplies. So much so that Liz saw such a scene and felt that the fruits of his and others' desperate charge were not even 1/3 eaten. The rest were all taken away by mercenaries, dealers, rats, and so on. This was the ecological environment of the coastline of the Eagle Kingdom. It was hard to say how many of these mercenary corps were raised by the local lords of Sardinia Bay. It could be said that these lords themselves were also eating each other's corpses, becoming an important part of the entire ecological chain. Without the channels they provided, it would be difficult to digest the supplies quickly. Only by meeting the needs of most of the creatures in the ecological chain could the chain be maintained and not easily collapsed. Without any mercenary groups to pass on the losses, it was likely that they would have to face knight groups that would fight to the death every year for the expansion order. Although most of the supplies were shared, Liszt was still satisfied with the opening order. He came for the serfs. Now 30 merchant ships carrying nearly 8,500 serfs and more than 500 knight relatives returned to Black Horse Island. This trip alone had met his pre-war expectations, and the rest was a big profit. At the same time, he received a message. It was from the Golden Wheaton family knight who participated in the opening order. Viscount List, I bring a message from Sir Roger. I heard that you are renting free merchant ships at a high price to transport food. Sir Roger is ready to provide you with 30 free merchant ships, and you could delay the rental payment. Someone brought a pillow when he was sleepy. Although List knew that the two families were already connected by marriage, the benefits still had to be made clear in advance. Sir Roger has provided such great benefits. What does he need me to do? Sir Roger hopes that you can bring your intermediate world of Warcraft Dosin to help him capture Count Phalian's castle, the Castle of Hands. He will calculate your reward according to normal battle achievements and protect you in Dosin. Wait a moment, I need to ask the Earl. List quickly relayed the news to his father. Roger Goldenwheat had come to ask for help only to borrow Dosin's siege ability and provide protection. This seemed to be a free merit. After Lee William heard it, he said, "It just so happens that I don't intend to continue plundering. Our Coral Islands Orders of Chivalry has performed outstandingly in capturing the Fragrant Chariot Castle. If he made any big moves, he would attract Marquis Snaketooth's attention. According to the information exchanged, Marquis Roderick is confronting Count Peregrine Falcon's lord, Marquis Snaketooth. It would be better to let Roger divert his attention. Count Phalian Russell, Five-Fingered Orange, was also one of Marquis Snaketooth's followers. Marquis Snaketooth was one of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's great lords in Sardinia Bay. His territory was the Grand Duchy of Sapphire's main offensive direction. The original battle plan was to restrain Count Peregrine Falcon on Coral Island and cut off one of Marquis Snaketooth's arms. But now, it was a bit ruthless and Fragrant Chariot Castle had fallen. Then I'll go support Roger. Be careful. Russell Five-Fingered Orange is known as the Swift Swordsman. He has wind-attributed chi and is as fast as lightning, Lee William reminded. However, List's eyes suddenly lit up. A wind-attributed sacred swordsman? In order to increase the safety of the voyage, he had brought a wind divine bead this time. After thinking about it, he took out the wind divine bead and dispersed the wind-attributed magic power within a radius of several hundred meters. Even if the sacred swordsman's chi originated from himself and could not be dispersed, the chi moves he released would definitely be greatly reduced. As a result, didn't that mean that he could even take the Swift Swordsman by surprise and cooperate with others? As if he had guessed List's thoughts, William Lee could not help but warn him, "I know you have the black pearl that could disperse wind attribute magic. However, I have tested it and found that it has a limited effect on a knight's outburst of fighting aura. The high-ranked fighting aura of a Sky Knight is special in nature. The degree of reduction is definitely smaller than you think. I will be careful. If it is impossible, I will not act rashly." That's good. After the battlefield in Fragrant Chariot Castle is cleaned up, I will lead the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry to rendezvous with Marquis Roderick. Let's meet there. Yes, father. After everything was settled, List rode the Chocobo Loki with Dosin and the other 9 blizzard beasts. He led his own knight squad that had expanded to more than 50 people and a full Orders of Chivalry to follow the knight of the Golden Wheatear family towards the Castle of the Hands. On the way, he took out his binoculars from time to time to observe the environment around the road. In order to ensure that he would not be ambushed, coupled with the sensitivity of magic eyes to magic power, it would not be easy for the enemy to ambush him. Along the way, he would still call out the smoke mission from time to time to check the progress of the mission. At this moment, he found that the smoke mission suddenly changed. Mission completed. Reward, a corn sprite. Oh, his mood was suddenly filled with surprise. The sprite is in hand, and it is the corn sprite I guessed. Such a sprite is very valuable. It represents a harvest of grain. The territory's food crisis can finally be relieved, and corn can feed more serfs. It was conceivable that the corn grassworm, thousands of miles away, was probably entering the fat pupa stage. List was not around to take care of it, and even the telepathic link of the contract was blurred and invisible due to the distance. He could only hope that under the smoke mission's threat of fate, the corn grassworm could smoothly evolve into a corn sprite. It was useless to worry. He wisely chose not to worry and began to check the new mission. Mission: Earl Philion hides in the Castle of the Hands, constantly threatening the flank security of the Orders of Chivalry of Golden Island, so that Marquis Roderick cannot attack the territory of the Snake Fang Marquis. His son, Roger, therefore asks for your help. Please cooperate to capture the Castle of the Hands. Reward: the germination of a magic fire seed. List's eyes were cold. The mission content was not surprising, but the reward made him think. The magic fire seed had been in his heart for a long time, always competing with him for nutrients, but did not give him the slightest possibility of driving it. It was like a tumor, making him look forward to it, but also a knot in his heart. He always felt that there was something uncontrollable in his body. It was very uncomfortable. The magic fire seed is about to germinate. Is it really going to grow into a tree, or is it going to suck my body dry? After thinking for a long time, he secretly shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. He believed that the smoke mission would not harm him. Chapter 471. They met up with Roger Golden Oats smoothly. While resting, List learned about the situation of the entire front from Roger. Golden Island Orders of Chivalry needed to attack the territory of the Great Lord of the Sardine Bay area, the Snake Mountain Ridge. The Snake Tooth Marquis has 4 Earl followers who guard the 4 surrounding territories. Among them, the territory of Earl Peregrine belongs to the direction of the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry, and the others belong to the direction of Marquis Roderick and his followers. Among them, Roger and Viscount Fredo Curvethorn, who had just been promoted to Sword Saint but had not yet become an Earl, were attacking the Castle of Hands of Earl Peregrine. The Swift Sword Saint is very strong. I am at a disadvantage against him. Fredo stared at Dosin and said indifferently, he is known as the Galloping Sword Saint and is a Sky Knight of the Thunder attribute. Because of some personality reasons, he has not been promoted to Earl in recent years. Roger explained, Fredo can only lead the Swift Sword Saint away, but the Castle of Hands is very strong and we can't attack it. This means that Earl Peregrine's Orders of Chivalry can cross our blockade at any time and charge to other territories, making it impossible for us to grab supplies. I can let the Blizzard Beast participate in the siege, but you must protect my safety. Don't worry, List. I will go with you to the walls of the Castle of Hands. My Orders of Chivalry will do its best to protect you and me. Roger was just an elite Earth Knight who took drugs. He naturally needed the protection of Orders of Chivalry on the battlefield. So when will the siege start? The sooner the better, as long as you are ready. I can go at any time. So, the siege quickly unfolded. The Blizzard Beasts were like mobile turrets, constantly releasing Earth magic and hitting the walls of the Castle of Hands. With the Blizzard Beasts, Roger's Orders of Chivalry could launch attacks in an orderly manner, forcing the Orders of Chivalry in the castle to fight. Because if they did not fight, the walls of the castle would collapse sooner or later. The Swift Sword Saint couldn't stand this situation and rushed out of the castle, wanting to attack the Blizzard Beast. His speed was as fast as a beam of light, but the Galloping Sword Saint was not slow either. He met the Swift Flying Sword Saint surprise attack with a loud bang. It became a duel between the 2 Sky Knights again. On the back of the Chocobo Loki, List touched the wind-calming divine bead that had been taken out of the gem space. While commanding the Blizzard Beast to attack, he pondered, should he participate in the battle between Sword Saints? Reason told him that as long as he could steadily attack the city, he would leave the rest to Roger to worry about. In any case, the casualties of the war would be borne by the Golden Wheat family. But his self-confidence was off the charts. When Lee William was fighting against the Scorching Sword Master, he had also intervened. In the Battle of Iron Hoof Island, he had even fought side by side with Lee William to kill Count Snade. As an Earth Knight, intercepting and killing a Sky Knight, the thought of it made his blood boil. Moreover, he also wanted to try the wind-calming divine bead suppression effect on the wind attribute Sky Knight. Roger, if I assist the galloping sword saint and intercept the swift flying sword saint, how are you going to calculate my merits? What? Intercept and kill the swift flying sword saint? Roger looked at List suspiciously. I understand that you have intermediate World of Warcraft, but I don't recommend that you participate in the battle between sword saints. The attack speed of the swift flying sword saint is terrible. List, be patient. We will attack the city. Roger nodded. List couldn't deny it. He was ready to observe again. At present, the advantage of the swift flying sword saint against the galloping sword saint was obvious. The effect of the siege of the Fortress of Hands had not yet manifested, so he should keep a low profile for a while. When the effect of the siege was manifested, the swift flying sword saint would have to decide whether to fight or retreat. That would be the best time to intercept and kill. Let Fredo exhaust the swift flying sword saint for a while. Then I will use the wind-calming divine bead and my superior archery skills to make a grand entrance. This went on for 2 days. The repeated attacks over the past 2 days had riddled the Fortress of Hands with thousands of holes, and one of the walls could collapse at any time. The swift flying sword Saint LaSalle had also fought with the galloping sword Saint Fredo 7 or 8 times. Although there was no clear winner, it was obvious that he was suppressing Fredo. However, these 7 or 8 sword battles had allowed List to see clearly, and he had a direct understanding of the swift flying sword Saint's attack power. He is indeed very strong, but he is still a distance away from the Count. I can intervene in their battle. The Count he was referring to was the wave sword Saint Lee William. Therefore, before the next siege, he found Fredo and said, "Viscount Fredo, in this siege, after we lure the swift flying sword Saint out, I plan to intercept and kill him with you, and try to capture him or kill him. You're with me? Are you joking?" Fredo's face was cold, and he said without hesitation, "What a joke. You're just an Earth Knight. Maybe you will have a chance to fly in the sky in a few years, but a battle between sword saints is not something you can imagine. Indeed, the sword saint's attack power is very strong, and I can't withstand it. But my mount is also very strong. If I want to escape, even the sword saint can't catch up with me. Is that so? You can try." List's face also turned cold. He did not like to be ridiculed. List, Fredo. Roger quickly tried to smooth things over. He did not want the two to quarrel, but it did not work. Fredo sneered. "Even Lee William would not dare to say that he can escape from me. Who gave you the guts to try and act tough in front of me? Words are not enough to prove anything, Fredo." List suddenly jumped out of the camp on his chocobo. "Prepare to accept my challenge." With that, he quickly pulled the swift shadow bow into a full crescent shape and knocked 3 arrows on the bowstring. They immediately flew towards the swift flying sword saint. Arrogant, Fredo leaped into the air and charged towards List. But List did not panic. He pulled the swift shadow bow again, and another 3 arrows scattered into the sky. After shooting the first wave, he jumped high into the air on his chocobo, gliding hundreds of meters away to avoid Fredo's attack. At the same time, he turned around and shot again, the trajectory of the arrows even more erratic. Just as Fredo was about to get up, the arrows were already in front of him, forcing him to use his sword to block the arrows. Such scenes happened one after another in the following period of time. Of course, List's archery did not cause any damage to the fully focused Sky Knight, but he could successfully block his opponent's attack rhythm. This allowed the chocobo to move around in circles around Fredo, and List could enjoy the joy of flying a kite. "Damn it, I want to see how many arrows you can shoot." "Sorry, I have enough arrows to shoot for half an hour," List replied loudly. In fact, he could shoot for half a day because he still had a large number of arrows in the gem space. A quarter of an hour later, Roger rushed over and stopped the two from fighting. List was always shooting and felt that it was too wasteful. Fredo could not catch up to the chocobo and was also caught in a dilemma. Retracting his sword, he calmed his agitated high-level combat energy and looked coldly at List. "I admit that I underestimated you. You have a good mount, and your archery is good, but your fighting ability is like scratching an itch. What makes you think you can participate in a battle between Sword Saints? My fighting ability is not strong, but I can contain the Sword Saints' attack rhythm. And you should not forget, I have 9 Blizzard Beasts. As long as I whistle, they will go crazy and hunt. Do you think I can leave a few transparent arrow holes or a few claw marks on your body? The kiting battle with Fredo Scimitar had significantly improved List's temperament. He had already measured that the Sword Saint was only SOSO. Chapter 472. However, List regretted it. The swift swordsman, who had suppressed Fredo in the sword fight, did not choose to fight to the death. Instead, he led the knight to escape to the Snaketooth City. The Snaketooth City was the central city of the Snaketooth mountain range. Next to it was the tall Snaketooth Castle, which stood between 2 mountains. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Obviously, Count Flying Goose seemed to have communicated with the Marquis of the Snaketooth to give up the strategic position of the Castle of Hands and retreat to the Snaketooth Castle. Count Peregrine Falcon also escaped. Many Sky Knights had gathered in the Snaketooth Castle. It would be difficult to attack it. Count Flying Goose escaped, and the Castle of Hands fell into our hands. List, thank you for your help. My mission was completed perfectly. From now on, I can occupy the Castle of Hands and threaten the safety of the Marquis of the Snaketooth's Orders of Chivalry. A large area of the territory is under the threat of our Orders of Chivalry. Roger Goldenotes was very excited. He hurriedly commanded the Orders of Chivalry to rush to the Castle of Hands. They had taken away all the supplies that could be taken away, but there was still a lot of equipment, food, utensils, and other supplies left in the castle. While the knights were busy counting the spoils, Roger made a decision in the following meeting. Roger then made a decision in the subsequent conference. Your contribution will be tied with Viscount Fredo's. Do you have any objections? No, Liz said calmly. Trembling Woods had played a huge role in the siege, but without Ferrito to restrain the swift flying sword sage, it would have been impossible to attack the city safely. Hence, it was acceptable that their contributions were equal. As for the distribution of the spoils, I know you don't need a lot of ordinary supplies. How about we convert all of them into food and ship them to the 30 empty ships I will provide for you? Very good distribution plan. He was not calculative, and Roger was not mean. The distribution of battle achievements and spoils was quickly implemented. The knight took care of everything for List. After the meeting, he returned to his room and had a good rest. Although it was said to be resting, it was actually an abnormal movement in the position of his heart. An indescribable feeling spread from his heart, giving him a comfortable yet uncomfortable experience. He had no choice but to cancel his social engagements and carefully examine his body. The quest must have been completed, and the magical spark has sprouted, List thought as he closed the door. That was why he summoned the smoke mission. Quest completed. Reward: Sprout of Mana Fire Seed. As expected, then came a new smoke mission. Mission: the mana kindling that has sprouted will become a new life form that you yearn for day and night. Its growth requires a large amount of resources, but it can also bring you unlimited benefits. Please cooperate with the mana kindling to train. Reward: 1 bloodline fruit. A brand new life form that I've been thinking about day and night. Training together with the mana fire seed? Is it really going to grow into a fire dragon? List felt the change in his heart and pondered over the hint of the smoke mission. His blood was already boiling, because all kinds of signs showed that there was indeed a future fire dragon living in his body. What he needed now was to work hard to cultivate a fire dragon. There was no information about how a fire dragon was born, but according to the hint of the smoke mission, the mana kindling would definitely breed a fire dragon. He just didn't know how it would be bred. I hope I won't give birth to a fire dragon. That would be so embarrassing. Suppressing his excitement, his eyes stayed on the reward of the smoke mission, and his eyes suddenly lit up. Another bloodline fruit. The last bloodline fruit cultivated Dosen, an intermediate world of Warcraft, and also gave birth to 8 Blizzard Beasts. This time, who should I give the bloodline fruit to? He didn't know where the bloodline fruit would grow. If it was his own territory, he couldn't reach it. He could only try his luck and see what creatures in his territory would eat the bloodline fruit. If it was on the battlefield, the targets he could choose for were basically clear. Dosin and the 8 little ones were good choices. Chocobo Loki was also a good choice. Black Blood Horse Dragon could also be cultivated with the bloodline fruit. He began to think, who should he give it to? If possible, I certainly hope that Dosin eats the bloodline fruit and evolves further. But Dosin has already eaten a bloodline fruit in a short period of time. If he eats it again, I'm afraid the chances of failure will greatly increase. If he explodes and dies, it will be a big blow to me. It was too risky for Dosin to eat it. The 8 little ones were quite suitable. Even if one died, it wouldn't affect the overall situation. But considering that they were the descendants of Dosin who hadn't completely digested the bloodline fruit, their blood must still have resistance to the bloodline fruit, which was very dangerous. It doesn't make sense for Black Dragon to eat it. Turning it into World of Warcraft is just another low-level dragon. In fact, it's better to let Loki eat it. Loki is basically a low-level dragon in World of Warcraft. Once he evolves and becomes an intermediate dragon, his strength will take a qualitative leap. However, like Dosin and the 8 little ones, it would be a pity if Loki exploded and died. In World of Warcraft, dragons that were very suitable for riding were really hard to find. The Count had searched for many years but still couldn't find a suitable mount in World of Warcraft. It was clear how hard it was to find a good mount. Forget it, I won't think about it. When I find one, I'll decide whether to give it to the 8 little ones or to Loki. He returned his attention to his heart. He operated his chi, trying to feel the changes in the sprouting mana kindling. If the previous mana tinder was like a seed that could only absorb and not give back, then the mana tinder that he felt this time was more like a filter that could convert and convert energy. He could still feel it constantly absorbing the nutrients and mana in his body, but at the same time, it began to emit mana. A very special mana, mixed with the chi that List operated, causing his chi to undergo some abnormal changes. His chi, which was originally moving at will, actually had a vague feeling that it was not listening to him. Especially when it was operating according to the flow of chi moves, there would be a great sense of sluggishness. The more complicated the flow, the stronger the sluggishness, and it was almost difficult to use chi moves. Even when he used the magic eye, he felt that it was not as smooth as before. This is bad. The mana kindling of the germinal mana kindling in my body seems to be excreting impurities mixing with my pure chi, causing my control of chi to seriously decline. I'm afraid my current combat power has been greatly reduced, less than half of what it used to be. His face was serious. Although this situation was probably caused by the initial discomfort, it could be solved when he found a suitable training method. But it still made him aware of the seriousness of the problem. I can't participate in the battle anymore. In my current state, accidents are inevitable on the battlefield. The Fortress of Hands has fallen. Next, I just need to wait patiently for the Count to meet up with him and be a bystander on the battlefield. He had decided to pretend to be a salted fish for a while. Chapter 473. Time passed. It was already mid-November. It had been a month since they arrived on the mainland in mid-October, and the war in the Sardinia Bay area had spread for thousands of miles. The Grand Duchy of Sapphire's Orders of Chivalry were frantically looting everything, cooperating with the local mercenary corps to divide up the land's resource output and to transport materials and people back to the country. List's first batch of serf ships had returned to the territory with a lot of supplies, and the second batch had set sail early. Zambrata, the territory's diplomat, followed the fleet back. Sir, before I set off, the 2 administrative officers, Advisor Gord and Isaiah and Blair, were doing their best to arrange the serfs' daily lives. The families of the Incorporated Knight were also well taken care of. The loss rate of serfs was not high, less than 400 people. The loss of 400 people cannot be said to be low, but with more careful care, the loss can certainly be further reduced. List sighed. His conscience was hurting. His role in the serf trade was equally disgraceful. Although he could cover it up by following the crowd, or make up for it with the future, he still could not be righteous. He had always been educated in modern civilization and had a normal view of the world. In the face of the impact of a wild and primitive civilization, his thoughts were always tangled. He wanted to be a saint, but he could not do it when interests were placed in front of him, and his desire drove his instinct. He could only tilt his but to the side of the aristocracy and fight for his own interests. He wanted to revolutionize, but he did not have the ability and courage to do so. Under the system of the Dragon Knight ruling the world, he was an ordinary person who could not even light up his engineering skills, let alone carry forward the Red Theory. It was more worth looking forward to advancing steadily towards the Dragon Knight and enjoying this wonderful life. Besides, the humans of this world were essentially not of the same origin as him, and he had no obligation to liberate all humans. Zambrata, how is the situation in the territory? Everything is fine in the territory. By the way, sir, I almost forgot to tell you a great thing. Zambrata suddenly remembered something and said excitedly, "Shortly after you set off, the corn-grass sprite worm being cared for in the castle began to behave differently. The town officials and Mr. Carter unanimously determined that it had entered the pupa stage." Really? Yes, by the time I set out, it had become very large and motionless. But it's hard to say whether it can evolve successfully. We can't see its internal situation. In order to prevent Ella from interfering with the corn-grass worm's evolution, Mr. Carter put the corn-grass worm in a jade box alone and let the knight of the territory take turns to guard it. It's a pity that I'm not by its side. We can only see how lucky it is and hope that the knight's glory will bless the territory. List sighed again. In fact, even if he returned to his territory, there was not much he could do. He could help the sprite worm collect pheromones to increase the probability of its evolution. However, the success of the evolution depended entirely on the sprite worm itself. After reporting on the corn-grass worm, Zambrata reported on the construction of the territory. Then he said, after Advisor Gort and Sir Levis discussed, they used empty ships to transport a lot of materials to the mainland for trade. The territory has also shipped a batch of flower soap, snake blood fruit, high-quality charcoal, pottery, candy, and other specialties. In addition, Madame Chris has shipped a batch of potions. Materials were used for trading, and he could earn a little. What made List happy was this batch of potions. He now had to feed a man and a dragon, and it was the budding magic fire seed. The burden was too great. Without a lot of potions, it was very difficult to practice. During this time, he was exploring how to practice with a magic fire seed. He found that if he wanted to improve his control of his chi, he had to first serve the budding magic fire seed and excrete a lot of impurities. This impurities had a strange property that could greatly change the shape of his chi. It gradually changed to a higher form of chi. At first, he suspected that this gradual change was from intermediate chi to advanced chi, but he found that it was not the case. In other words, the change in form was another level of change, far more than the gradual change from intermediate chi to advanced chi. He had to wonder if it was gradually becoming a dragon chi. Unfortunately, no one could tell him what a dragon chi was. He could only explore it on his own and gradually found some clues. He had a lot of understanding of the magic fire seed, and soon he could officially start a new practice. If it was someone else who encountered this situation, I am afraid it would take a year to explore the changes. Unfortunately, he met me. Relying on scientific conclusions, the changes in Do Chi cannot escape my sharp observation. Subduing a brand new Do Chi will not be long in the future. His greatest talent was to surpass the world's scope and knowledge. After successively capturing the fragrant chariot castle and the castle of hands, List entered the state of salted fish. In fact, the Coral Island Orders of Chivalry, which was in the limelight, gradually became low-key, no longer capturing the castle, only occasionally robbing some small mines and small city supplies. He followed Marquis Roderick, took in some knights, and did some material trading. In a flash, it was almost December. After half a month of exploration, List finally explored a new way of practice and completely mastered the new chi in his body. This fire-attributed chi vaguely had the nature of a fire dragon magic. The burning ability was stronger, the dissipation speed was slower, the chi power was greater, and it was easier to break through the total amount of chi when taking elixirs. He really suspected that his chi was evolving into a dragon chi. As for whether the dragon chi was in such a form or not, he still did not know. He operated the new chi and displayed a set of fiery dragon drill with greatly increased power. He summoned the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, a bloodline fruit. Phew, the mission is finally completed. Next, I should walk around and look for the bloodline fruit. List breathed a sigh of relief and could not wait to leave the nameless castle where he was stationed. He also checked the new smoke mission. The first expansion order has been in effect for a month. As the temperature gradually drops, the war between the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom and the Eagle Kingdom has come to an end. You can choose to say goodbye to the salted fish and wait patiently for the end of the war. Reward, unknown reward. Another unknown reward. It seems that festivals and wars always bring unknown rewards. The unknown reward of the first festival was the Siren A Chi. The unknown reward of the second battle of Iron Hoof Island was the Dragon Bone Recovery. These were all very important rewards, which made him look forward to the unknown reward this time. While he could continue to be a salted fish, he still put all his energy into looking for the bloodline fruit. Basically, there were few bloodline fruits in the human reclaimed areas. They were all in the forest. Therefore, Chapter 474. After hunting for 2 days in a row, Liz still couldn't find the bloodline fruit, which made him feel frustrated. 2 days have passed since the reward. The blood fruit has probably already been born. It can only exist for 5 minutes. If it was born in the territory, it might be eaten by some animals and become World of Warcraft. If it was born around here, I'm afraid it has already disappeared. The blood fruit had a time limit. When it was ripe, it would fall to the ground. After 5 minutes, its magic power would be completely lost, and it would become an ordinary fruit. With disappointment, he continued to hunt. Although his hope was getting smaller and smaller, he did not give up. After all, there was nothing to be busy with as a salted fish. All he needed to do was wait for the Grand Duchy of Sapphire to announce the end of the Orders of Chivalry. The Sardinia Bay area had been turned into a mess by the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. After the winter snow came, the war would be meaningless. It was not a good choice to charge in the snow. Just when he was a little distracted, a voice suddenly rang out. In the vision of the magic eye, there was a flash of magic light. After a long time, he came back to his senses and immediately turned Loki's head to search for the magic light. Soon, after crossing a bush, he came to the place where the magic light came from. Woof, 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 woof. The 8 little ones immediately barked wildly. Loki also clucked and clucked. They all found something that radiated magic, which was of great value. It was a green fruit growing on the branch of a short shrub, exuding a strong greenish-gray magic light. Obviously, this was the blood fruit that List had been looking for. However, it was not ripe yet. Alert! List quickly responded. Charles, spread out the night squad and guard this bush. Protect the good thing I found. Yes, my lord, Charles shouted. He then led the night squad and strictly guarded the surrounding bushes for possible World of Warcraft. He saw the strange green fruit. For a tree that should not bear fruit to bear such a large fruit, there was no doubt that it was a bloodline fruit that was worth 1,000 gold coins. The Lord's Docent had eaten a bloodline fruit in World of Warcraft that could change beasts and World of Warcraft bloodlines. Unfortunately, the success rate of the bloodline fruit was not high. Otherwise, its value would be calculated in dragon coins. Anyone who discovered an unripened bloodline fruit and reported it to the Lord would receive a large reward. However, since this fruit was discovered by the Lord of World Warcraft, there was no reward for them. All they could do was to protect the bloodline fruit from World of Warcraft's invasion. Woof woof, clatter. The 8 little ones and Loki were still barking. List directly shouted, Blizzard Beast, shut up. Loki, shut up. His usual authority was on full display at this moment. The 8 little ones and Loki all quietened down, but their eyes were still staring at the bloodline fruit. While the bloodline fruit was not yet ripe, List quickly thought about who should eat it. The last bloodline fruit I found was a golden bloodline fruit, and its magic power seemed to be inclined to the earth attribute. This time, the bloodline fruit is a green fruit, and its magic power is greenish-gray, which seems to be inclined to the wind attribute. The bloodline fruit did not have a strict classification of attributes. It was a chaotic attribute, but from the appearance of its color, it was more or less inclined to the wind attribute. The 8 little ones were all of the earth attribute, and only Loki was of the wind attribute. Letting out a breath, he had decided who the bloodline fruit would belong to. I will give it to Loki. The 8 little ones are just a united front. If I give it to anyone, it will be unfair. I might as well not give it to anyone. If Loki eats the bloodline fruit and becomes a mid-level dragon, wouldn't it be a big profit? So, he directly issued an order. Blizzard Beast, no eating. Woof woof. The 8 little ones expressed their dissatisfaction. List glared at them. Shut up, or I will release Dosen to teach you a lesson. The 8 little ones whimpered in grievance, not daring to express their complaints anymore. They grew up under List's carrot and stick dog training policy, and they had long been afraid to offend List's majesty. Besides, their most feared father, Dosen, had always been on List's side. After leaving Loki's back, List touched its anxious head. When it ripens, you can eat it. Loki seemed to understand and shouted loudly, Cluck! 5 minutes later, a strong fragrance emanated from the bloodline fruit, which meant that it was not far from ripening. In the vision of the magic eye, he also saw that the magic power inside the bloodline fruit was getting richer and richer, almost to the point of dripping out. At this moment, the knight on guard outside suddenly issued a warning signal. World of Warcraft found a large number of Windblade wolves, at least 20. List raised his eyebrows. 8 little ones, get ready to fight and hunt all the Windblade wolves. He had been short on World of Warcraft meat recently, and was looking forward to World of Warcraft to deliver meat. Sure enough, a group of low-level World of Warcraft Windblade wolves, widely distributed in the forests of the continent, began to do good deeds. The 8 little ones' hair stood up in an instant, ready to pounce on the Windblade wolves. They poured out their anger at not being able to eat the bloodline fruit on the Windblade wolves. A moment later, the battle was triggered. The Windblade wolves were attracted by the bloodline fruit and brazenly attacked. The 8 little ones, in order to vent their anger, madly attacked. It was easy for mid-level magical beasts to bully low-level magical beasts. In just a short period of time, 7 Windblade wolves were strangled by the Blizzard Beast. Only one was smart enough to escape, but it could not avoid the rock thorns on the ground. Such a scene. With the 8 little ones attacking and the Earth Knight assisting, List did not need to pay attention at all. He was waiting for the bloodline fruit to ripen. Loki was also anxiously circling around the bush. He knew that the bloodline fruit was about to ripen, and this was an opportunity to change his fate. Suddenly, a rustling sound came from the sky. List looked up and saw a group of bats flashing with magic light flying over. Oh no, it's the black bats. A group of low-level World of Warcraft with a dark attribute, able to cast the dark magic decay. This dark magic seemed to accelerate the decay of objects by draining water. There were records in the magic books that civilians were attacked by the black bats and quickly became withered corpses. He quickly took out the swift shadow bow and shot an arrow, aiming at the black bats. However, the black bats were agile and seemed to have ultrasonic positioning, allowing them to quickly dodge the arrows. List often shot out 9 arrows in 3 waves before he could shoot down a black bat. It was not enough to kill more than 20 black bats in a short period of time. During the battle, the tempting fragrance was extremely rich. The bloodline fruit had ripened. The black bats madly swooped down to the bloodline fruit, trying to snatch such a treasure. List had already shot as fast as he could, but he still could not stop them. It's over. The bloodline fruit is going to be taken by these bastards. When a black bat approached the bloodline fruit, List could not help but grit his teeth in anger. However, Loki, who was guarding at the side, suddenly flapped his wings and rushed towards the black bats like a warrior. Waves of green magic rolled up from his body and directly scattered the black bats. Then, with lightning speed, he bit the bloodline fruit that was about to fall to the ground and jumped, dodging the decay of the black bats. Clatter! After winning the battle of fate, Loki madly ran towards List. List directly jumped on him, pulled out the Sky Cutter greatsword, and used a prairie fire slash. A rain of fire suddenly hit the black bats and scattered them. With Loki's perfect jump, he began to clear the black bats. Chapter 475. The strength of low-level World of Warcraft wasn't weak, especially low-level World of Warcraft that could fly. It wasn't difficult for them to fight an Earth Knight alone. However, this group of black bats encountered List, one of the elite Earth Knight in the Poison Stream. He was also a knight whose combat aura was gradually turning into dragon aura. Coupled with his Chocobo's lightened body technique, he was able to leap at an astonishing height and beat the black bats to a pulp. One by one, the black bats were slashed to the ground, and in a moment, 12 black bats had died. At this time, the remaining black bats had already escaped far away and couldn't be caught. Unlucky, the food in my mouth slipped away. Not even half of the original group of 20 or 30 black bats were left. He quickly switched to the swift shadow bow and tried to shoot one or two more. However, the black bats had ultrasonic positioning and were least afraid of arrows, so he couldn't hit a single one. Including the 3 he shot before the bloodline fruit matured, he picked up a total of 15 black bat corpses. The black bats were the size of piglets and could provide a lot of World of Warcraft meat, as well as a lot of leftovers suitable for mages to make magic circles. A single one was worth at least 10 gold coins. 15 meant 150 gold coins, a very generous profit, equivalent to the ransom paid by 5 Earth Knights. The battle in the forest had also ended. 8 young blizzard beasts, with their powerful intermediate World of Warcraft bloodline and body, almost wiped out more than 20 invading Windblade wolves. Only 3 Windblade wolves managed to escape, while the other 18 stayed behind. This was another profit of nearly 200 gold coins. Pick up all the black bat and Windblade wolf corpses, and give 1 black bat and 2 Windblade wolves to the Knight squad for dinner tonight. Thank you, sir. Charles and the other Knight squad replied excitedly. They didn't contribute much, but to be able to enjoy delicious World of Warcraft meat was indeed something to be happy about. The squad quickly returned with a full load. They were busy cleaning up the World of Warcraft corpses, separating the inedible materials and edible World of Warcraft meat for dinner. List didn't participate. He was watching Loki, who ate the bloodline fruit. This Chocobo was extremely excited, unlike the time when Dosen immediately fell asleep after eating the bloodline fruit. This time, it didn't seem to want to sleep at all, instead jumping up and down excitedly. Casting magic eyes, he could see that the magic in its body was boiling. It was like boiling water waiting for the water to boil. Loki needs to vent. Forget it. I'll have to work hard and accompany him for a while to digest the powerful effects of the bloodline fruit. List made up his mind. He mounted the Chocobo and began galloping across the wilderness. Loki was so excited that he couldn't stop. List grabbed its neck tightly, but his mind was elsewhere. The bloodfruit's 5 minutes to ripen is too short. Once the World of Warcraft begins to fight for it, we won't be able to organize a hunt. Actually, I should be guarding the bloodline fruit personally and pluck it the moment it ripens. Then he would distribute it to his pets and mounts, which would be safer, instead of letting Loki eat the bloodline fruit by himself. By the way, although the bloodline fruit begins to lose its magic power when it ripens, there are still 5 minutes left. If I put it into the gem space at the moment it ripens, would I be able to preserve its medicinal effects, and then calmly distribute it to the one I want to give it to the most? Who he wanted to give it to the most? In fact, there was an excellent choice, Stupid Woman. Once Stupid Woman broke through the bloodline shackles and became a blizzard beast, he would have a complete blizzard beast legion. Dosen and Stupid Woman could continuously produce offspring. Even if the offspring were not as good as them, they would definitely be stronger than the previous low-level world of Warcraft flying dust dogs. Thinking of this, he suddenly regretted it. I thought I had everything planned out. How could I forget that I have a space gem at this time? A small bloodline fruit could mean missing out on an entire blizzard beast legion. The next time I get the bloodline fruit, I must put it into the gem space and see if it will continue to lose its magic power. It shouldn't. The gem space is formed by the magic power of the invisible dragon. It is definitely the most magical and incredible gem. It has already happened, and it was useless to regret it. He could only hope that the next smoke mission would continue to reward the bloodline fruit, where he could obtain the bloodline fruit from other channels. The price was 1,000 gold coins, which was acceptable compared to the Blizzard Beast Legion. His thoughts were still flying. Loki was still jumping with excitement. It lasted for more than an hour, and List was about to vomit before he exhausted all his strength and returned to the shack of the nameless castle to rest. His feet landed on the ground. List stabilized his body, which was still a little shaky, and used magic eyes to observe the magic power in Loki's body again. The cyan magic power was a little thicker, no longer boiling, but slowly penetrated into the interior of Loki's body. This was the precipitation of the medicinal effects of the bloodline fruit, which would continue to improve its bloodline for a period of time. I hope he can become a mid-level dragon beast as soon as possible. List personally fed Loki wheat and fruit before leaving. At the banquet, the world of Warcraft meat of the Black Bat and Windblade Wolf filled the night with excitement. This leisurely time was not like the time on the battlefield. Only the Knight of the Coral Island could live such a wonderful life by relying on the supplies seized from the fragrant chariot castle. The other orders of chivalry were still plundering, trying to obtain more battle merits and resources from the expansion orders. The Grand Duke has already ridden the Sapphire Dragon to the front lines of the war to discuss with the Dragon Knight of the Iron and Steel Ridge Kingdom about the withdrawal of troops. Viscount Jonas said to List briefly as he passed by the nameless castle after pillaging a small city. At present, among the Coral Islands Knight, only Yunus and his orders of chivalry were still frantically mobilizing. He had suffered heavy losses in the Battle of Ironhoof Island, and was taking this opportunity to make up for them. An Archduke riding a dragon? Has he really become a Dragon Knight? I don't know. I heard it from someone else. Yunus wasn't sure. List then left the nameless castle to ask his father. Lee William's answer was also somewhat vague. It is very likely. However, the Grand Duke has not revealed his current identity to us. His Sapphire Dragon is also somewhat different. The damaged parts of its body have not recovered. It still has a very sinister appearance. Half rotten, half intact. This was the deep impression left on List when he first saw the Sapphire Dragon. Unexpectedly, after a long time, the Sapphire Dragon was still in such a miserable state. It seemed that the sneak attack of the Goat Assembly had left an irreparable wound on the Sapphire Dragon. Lee William quickly added a guess. Since the Grand Duke dares to bring out the Sapphire Dragon, it shows that the dragon should not be a big problem. Those feudal lords of the continent who want to take advantage of the turmoil in our country might have to extinguish their thoughts. We can rob them, but they can't rob us. A grand duchy guarded by a dragon knight was indeed difficult to capture. As a top deterrent, the Dragon Knight's movements were under the surveillance of the hostile forces, making it difficult for them to easily dispatch on an expedition. Moreover, the countries of the continent generally did not manufacture large square-rigged ships. Orders of chivalry did not have the ability to go out to sea. However, List was a bit speechless. Was it really okay to say, I can rob you, but you can't rob me so blatantly? In any case, Chapter 476. When they came, they had nearly 1,000 knights. By the time they returned, there were already 1,500 knights. It was the first time that the scale of the Coral Islands Knights had grown so large in the pioneering war. List himself also incorporated nearly 60 Earth Knights, including 10 elite Earth Knights. The total number of Earth Knights in the territory has increased to 79, more than enough to form 6-night squads. Supporting too many nights is a great burden for Black Horse Island during the construction period. However, the construction of the territory is also inseparable from the night. After all, the night is the class that controls culture. Although List is vigorously training the territory's own night, during the transition period, it is still inseparable from the night's help. Development and construction is never something that can be done in a flash. When the last batch of supplies and serfs were loaded on the ship at the port, the Orders of Chivalry also boarded the ship with their horses. After List led Dosin and the 8 small ones into the cabin, he dragged the chocobo Loki, whose breath was unstable and expression was pale, aboard the ship. The effect of the bloodline fruit was manifesting, transforming its bloodline. Half an hour later, the last sailboat left the port and sailed into the blue sea. The 152-year development order is officially over. Standing at the bow of the ship and looking at the fading coastline, List was full of ambition, waiting to return to the territory and build a new situation. At this moment, first, he called out the smoke mission. At the end of the war, the Serpentines changed. Mission completed. Reward the new life of Qi. Huh? List's eyes narrowed, surprised by the content of the reward. What does the new life of Qi mean? I remember the rewards for Qi. There's the sublimation of Qi, helping me to advance to Earth Knight. The bottleneck of Qi, helping me to advance to Elite Earth Knight. Now there's a reward for the new life of Qi. Does this mean that my combat aura is slowly turning into Dragon Combat Aura because of the sprouting Mana Tinder? Or is it because I'm training with the Mana Tinder that the quantitative change has caused a qualitative change, and I'm making the leap to high-level combat aura? He felt the abundant combat aura in his body and pondered. No matter what the result was, this was a major breakthrough in his personal strength. As a son of a noble family, he had received a lot of cultivation experience from both his father Lee William and his grandfather Marquis Merlin. He had a deep understanding of the process of advancing from mid-level to high-level Do Qi. Do Qi, as a type of magic power, was called Qi because it was at the advanced Do Qi stage. Low-level combat energy was the accumulation of nutrients in the body. It was chaotic and had no attributes. After cultivating it, one would only be a trainee knight, and the breakthrough in strength would not be obvious. Middle-level combat energy was the change in the nature of the combat energy. With it, one would be able to run rampant on the earth. That was why it was called the Earth Knight. Similarly, the reason why the Sky Knight was called the Sky Knight was because he could fly high in the sky. This was due to the nature of high-grade Do Qi, as light as air, able to lift one's body as if it was one with the sky. At the advanced Do Qi stage, the Do Qi truly displayed the nature of Qi. There was a clear boundary between it and magic power, and there was an even more significant change in its nature. Water-attributed high-grade Do Qi was basically like a stream of water flowing through the meridians. Wind-attributed high-grade Do Qi was like a gust of wind constantly scouring the meridians. Similarly, fire-attributed high-grade Do Qi was like a gust of flame constantly spreading throughout the meridians. Coupled with a high-grade Do Qi secret manual, it could vividly display the full might of high-grade Do Qi. During battle, it could even trigger a change in the weather. When a water-attributed Sky Knight and a thunder-attributed Sky Knight fought, the area would definitely be filled with thunder, lightning, and torrential rain. Regardless of whether the rebirth of the Do Qi will become Dragon Do Qi or a high-grade Do Qi, I am full of expectations. Hurry up and start. Amidst his expectations, the smoke before his eyes changed. New serpentines formed. Mission: 17,000 new serfs have arrived. Your territory already has 20,000 to 3,000 subjects. The existing flower town and port town are no longer enough to accommodate them. Please plan a new town to settle the subjects. Reward: peas that produce rhizobia. The number of serfs skyrocketed. Setting up a new town was a necessary step. List would have done the same without the smoke mission reminder. He was pleased with the mission reward, peas that produce rhizobia. Rhizobia is undoubtedly an important agricultural auxiliary microorganism. After forming root nodules with legumes, they can symbiotically fix nitrogen, greatly increasing the nitrogen fertilizer needed by plants and helping them to increase production. List planted a lot of soybeans and peas on Black Horse Island, hoping to use them to produce rhizobia and improve soil fertility. However, the effect did not seem to be obvious. Many sprouted soybeans and peas grew thin, and after being pulled up, there were no nodules at the roots. Obviously, most legumes were not infected by rhizobia. List remembered that legumes on Earth required artificial inoculation with rhizobia. All he could do was collect a small amount of rhizobia and mix it with bean seeds. It was difficult to guarantee that the rhizobia could be inoculated. The results proved that it was not inoculated. Rhizobia in the natural ecosystem were still too rare. With peas that can produce rhizobia, I believe that I can collect enough rhizobia strains and promote artificial inoculation in the territory. It took about 10 days to sail back to Coral Island from the mainland. List used this time to constantly take potions, eat meat, and practice hard. Finally, on the third day of sailing, he noticed a new change in the chi in his body. Previously, due to the contamination of the magic fire seed's impurities, his combat aura had undergone a gradual change, becoming a brand new mid-level fire combat aura. Its power was stronger, its dissipation was slower, its nature was deeper, and its breakthrough speed was faster. This made him think that it had become Dragon Combat Aura, but he felt that it was impossible. The power of the dragon, Chi, should not be limited to this. Moreover, the magic fire seed had not yet bred a fire dragon. How could it become a dragon Chi now? It could only be regarded as a special mid-level Chi. Now, the special mid-level Chi ushered in another change, like a process of sublimation from a liquid to a gaseous state. However, the Chi itself did not expand, but became lighter and more flexible. When it ran in the meridians, he felt as if he had begun to ride the clouds. It was like the Chi had become a flame. Burning along the meridians, there was no burning pain, only a carefree and comfortable feeling. This is the process of the mid-level Chi gradually becoming a high-level Chi. It seems that I have begun to break through the shackles of the Earth Knight and advance to the Sky Knight. It should have been a moment of excitement, but he had already expected it. Therefore, at this moment, his mind was very calm. Still focusing on practice, he continued to operate the Chi to accelerate the change. For many elite Earth Knight, the gradual change from mid-level Chi to high-level Chi required a high degree of unity of essence, energy, and spirit. Only then could they continue to impact, break through, and get a glimpse of the sky. However, he calmly practiced, and the Chi change came naturally without any hindrance. Is it because I am so talented that the advancement barrier does not exist? It is more likely that my Chi has been changed by the magic fire seed, leading to the advancement barrier no longer exists. After all, I am now a reserve Dragon Knight. He suddenly opened his eyes, his body slightly undulating along with the ship's rocking. He only felt that he could slightly operate the Chi that was changing, and his body could fly. It was a wonderful feeling. When the voyage is over, this change will also be completed. At that time, I will completely become a Sky Knight. A 17-year-old Sky Knight, everyone will be shocked, although there is still a gap between a 16-year-old Sky Knight and a Dragon Knight candidate. But it is not far. Thinking of this, he could no longer bear it. Chapter 477. The Count was alarmed by the hearty laughter. He walked straight over and knocked on List's door. "What are you laughing at? I will be able to fly soon, father." List didn't mean to hide it. As a Sky Knight, he didn't need to be too careful. Even if he was envied, he had enough strength to protect himself. In the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, unless the Grand Duke personally rode a dragon to deal with him, as a Sky Knight, even if he couldn't beat him, he could still escape into the sea and let the siren Chi cover him. No one could catch him. "You can fly?" The Count didn't react for a while. "Yes, flying in the air. You mean Sky Knight? Yes. Then, what followed was a long period of speechless silence. In the end, the Count spoke first. List, are you sure you have started to promote to a Sky Knight now? You became an Earth Knight after you reached adulthood, and became an elite Earth Knight half a year later. Now, less than a year has passed, and you want to be promoted to a Sky Knight? I hope you're not kidding. Father, although I'm not serious, I'm not a person who likes to joke. List smiled slightly. I have your and Grandpa's Sky Knight practice experience, and I always carry Grandpa's Sword Saint handbook with me. I know my current situation. What's it like? Tell me. My chi is changing, like sublimating from a liquid to a gas, or like a calm chi suddenly starting to burn. It makes me surrounded by power, and the power of my fighting skills has been greatly improved. Come with me to the deck. I will personally test your current combat effectiveness. The Count still didn't quite believe it, and was ready to test it himself. I don't feel the pressure that a Sky Knight should have in you, and the speed of your chi loss is far from the standard of a Sky Knight. Of course not. Another reason was that List's cultivation of the aura deceleration had reached a certain level. He could at least reduce the rate at which he lost his chi by half. Another thing was that his do chi had been changed by the magic fire seed, and the speed of dissipation was further slowed down. Even if he used his do chi moves, the speed of dissipation was much slower. Of course, it was still far from the almost eternal engraving of the fire dragon magic. At most, it could be called primary dragon do chi. Perhaps with the continuous nurturing of the magical spark, it could continue to upgrade to elementary, intermediate, advanced, ultimate, and so on. Therefore, in terms of aura, List gave off a harmless feeling. However, his body contained a violent fighting aura that only he knew. The fire-attributed do chi that was dyed by the elementary dragon do chi was like magma waiting to erupt. Standing on the deck, List held his sword with both hands and looked straight ahead. His expression was serious. Father, don't underestimate me. When my strength explodes, even I can't measure it. Facing a Sky Knight who was at the level of a Sword Saint, he was not going to hold back. I should have told you not to be too arrogant, but without absolute pressure, you probably won't understand. So let's fight first. Lee William unsheathed his sword. The battle was about to begin. On the tulip, the nobles who heard the commotion came out of the cabin to watch the battle. They were still a little confused. They didn't know why the Count and List started fighting. What's going on? It seems that Viscount List challenged the Count. Maybe the Count is going to teach Viscount List how to train. Viscount Jonas raised his eyebrows and whispered to Viscount Trick. My hunch was right. Viscount List's strength has improved very quickly. He already dares to challenge the Count. The gap between an elite Earth Knight and a Sky Knight seems to be very difficult to bridge. I heard that during the battle at the Fortress of Hands, Viscount List fought Viscount Fredo, who was known as the Galloping Sword Saint. It ended in a draw. The Galloping Sword Saint couldn't catch up to Viscount List, who was riding a chocobo. But this time it's a sword duel. List didn't care about the whispers of the people around him. He was very excited. This was the first time he fought a sword duel with a Sky Knight. The knight liked to fight in close combat with a sword. That was why close combat was called a sword duel. He had fought with different Earth Knights. He had killed a few elite Earth Knights with his Sky Cutter Greatsword. But against the Sky Knight, he only used arrows for sneak attacks and range kiting. He didn't dare to fight him head-on. Now, he was about to break through. He could finally fight a Sky Knight head-on. The flame-like combat energy surged in his body and flowed along his meridians. His current combat energy should be called Intermediate Fire Elemental Beginner Dragon Combat. Suddenly, the Sky Cutter Greatsword was raised, and a Fire Dragon Raid was performed out of thin air. He attacked William Lee. William looked relaxed. He raised his sword to meet the attack. The sword was infused with advanced water elemental combat energy. It easily blocked List's attack. He even had the strength to stab back. His combat energy surged and caused the water vapor in the air to explode. Facing William's strong counterattack, List, who attacked first, had to quickly turn into a passive defense. He quickly swung his Sky Cutter Greatsword. Violent combat energy surged and dispersed the water elemental combat energy that was coming at him. His movements were a little flustered. He had to swing his sword a few times to dispel William's counterattack. Just this one round of attack made him realize the huge gap between him and the Sky Knight. It was not surprising. William was one of the strongest Sky Knights in the Sword Saint level. He put away his flustered emotions. His brain quickly calmed down. He threw all the extra thoughts to the back of his mind and attacked the Count with all his strength. His combat energy surged as if it was free. Together with the sword techniques from the Combat Energy Secret Manual, Liszt attacked crazily. He almost gave up on his defense. His opponent was William, so there was no need for him to defend. After all, this was a battle to test his strength. It was not a real battle practice. William defended passively and did not take the initiative to attack. Liszt became more relaxed as he fought. He gradually mastered his combat energy, and his sword skills improved rapidly. His attacks could last longer than an elite Earth Knight. His combat energy dissipated very slowly. The aura he created was able to resist the Count's surging water elemental combat energy. Fire Dragon Drill Heart. Liszt's heart skipped a beat. He turned into a fire dragon and launched a sudden attack. His combat energy surged in all directions. It formed a whirlwind-like fire drill and bombarded William. The Count, who was as steady as a mountain, could not help but show a shocked expression when he saw Liszt's attack. He quickly dodged, but before he could dodge, Liszt, who was attacking ferociously, made a turn and charged at him again. His combat energy turned into a raging flame. He was not at a disadvantage at all. The Count was shocked again. A mid-level combat energy could compete with a high-level combat energy. As the battle went on, he realized that Liszt's condition did not deteriorate much. It was rare for an Earth Knight to have such endurance. Is he really going to advance to a Sky Knight? The Count was distracted. When he came back to his senses, Liszt had used another ultimate skill. His sword energy turned into a rain of fire and attacked him. With such a large area of effect attack, there was basically no space for him to dodge. Similarly, the rain of fire was not destroyed by his water elemental combat energy. It was like a battle between two high-level combat energies. The Count was forced to use all his strength to counterattack. He used a fierce high-level combat energy secret manual. His combat energy turned into a wave of elimination and faced the rain of fire. Pucci, whoosh. The fire and water vapor formed a dynamic balance in a short period of time. There was a clear red and blue line between the two of them. At this moment, Chapter 478. Red and Blue Battle Energy. Continuous attacks. The onlookers were stunned. This was clearly a sword fight between two Sky Knight, not an Earth Knight and a Sky Knight. Am I seeing things? Viscount Liszt's sword fighting strength is so terrifying. Can an Earth Knight achieve such a fierce attack? Such a surging fire battle energy? Incredible. Powerful. Everyone exclaimed at this moment. They were all experienced knight and had experienced countless battles on the battlefield. They knew the gap between the sky and the earth. It was absolutely an insurmountable moat. However, Liszt had created a bridge and turned the moat into a passageway. He was unexpectedly able to stand on equal footing. Unfortunately, just as the exclamation fell, the scene changed instantly. After maintaining the balance for less than 10 seconds, Liszt's battle energy couldn't support it anymore and was drowned by the blue and white water vapor. Clang! Gold and iron collided. He couldn't help but let go of his long sword. He took 6 steps back and almost fell from the guardrail into the sea. He grabbed the guardrail and stabilized his body. Phew! He exhaled and wiped the sweat on his forehead. He deeply understood the gap between him and the Sword Saint. As long as William was serious, he couldn't even withstand one move. But it was impossible for the Sword Saint to kill him in one move. He could still withstand 2 or 3 moves before being killed. If it was an ordinary Sky Knight, he could probably resist for 10 or 20 rounds. If I don't become a Sky Knight, I can't fly and dodge, so it's hard to compete with a Sky Knight. Intermediate fire dragon battle energy. No matter how famous it is, it's only an intermediate battle energy. He was a little disappointed with his current strength. Dragon battle energy had a limited effect on his strength. However, he didn't know that his performance had shocked the onlookers. Even William, who was taking back his long sword, looked at him with a very complicated expression. As a veteran Sky Knight of nearly 20 years, he naturally knew how strong he was. However, today, an Earth Knight gave him the feeling that he was on an equal footing. Furthermore, it was his 17-year-old son. Even if it was only for a short moment, it was enough to leave him in shock and disbelief. He turned around and looked at the onlookers. "All right, disperse and go back. Don't crowd on the deck. Let the shipwrights repair the damaged deck." The battle wasn't thrilling, but it still caused a lot of damage to the deck. Even the deck made of stone could not withstand the shockwaves from the battle between the two. Everyone was dismissed. William Lee then said to the disappointed List, "Follow me to the cabin." Inside the cabin, a retainer knight brought 2 cups of coffee. William took a sip, then stared at List and said, "You're right. Your strength cannot be underestimated. If it was 20 years ago, when I had just become a Sky Knight, I might have been defeated by you if I was careless. I thought I was already very strong. I didn't expect there to be such a big gap between me and a Sky Knight." List shook his head. What he meant was that he was not satisfied with the dragon's fighting energy. However, to William, it sounded different. "You shouldn't think that way. You are in the process of becoming a Sky Knight, but you haven't succeeded yet. You are still an elite Earth Knight. The fact that you can unleash such powerful combat power is already something to be proud of." "I understand," List replied, "but I thought I would be more talented." The Earl was stunned. He felt as if he had sprained his back. "How much more talented could you be? You became a Sky Knight at the age of 16 and became a Dragon Knight candidate of the mainland kingdom. Your current performance is in no way inferior to those Dragon Knight candidates. It took you less than 2 years to become a Sky Knight from an Earth Knight." He had an indignant look on his face. "Do you know that in the 40 years of my life, I've never heard of such behavior from you?" List wanted to say something. The Earl did not give him a chance to interrupt. "I have never heard of even a 17-year-old Sky Knight in the history of the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. In fact, there are still geniuses. Marquis Bull's grandson is a genius." Marquis Bull's grandson, Andre Sapphire, was able to forge a mithril armor at the age of 12. It is clear that his fighting energy training is already very strong. If he can maintain his talent, becoming a Sky Knight at the age of 16 will not be difficult. He could even become a Dragon Knight candidate. List was a little embarrassed by the Earl's flattery, so he led the topic to Marquis Bull. Marquis Bull had been captured by the Grand Duke, and his fate was unknown. His son had died in battle, but his grandson and close confidants had long since left Ironhoof Island, and their whereabouts were unknown. As for the great mages of the Goat Gathering, they had no idea where they had escaped to. The assassination of the Sapphire Dragon broke out suddenly, and the outcome was unknown. "How do you know?" "I once found a set of mithril armor in Marquis Bull's study in Juniper Castle. There is a sentence engraved on it, 'Iron Knight Andre Sapphire.' It was completed in the autumn of 149. The first set of mithril armor was given to Lord Grandfather." The Earl pondered for a moment. "I know Andre. He was indeed 12 years old in 149. A 12-year-old Iron Knight is indeed a genius, almost on par with your performance. Perhaps one day he will become a threat to the Sapphire family, but with the Grand Duke riding on a dragon, there is no need for us to worry." "I'm not worried." Regardless of what happens to the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, the strength that one has cultivated is the foundation of one's foothold in this world. The fact that you can think like this proves that you have indeed matured. The Earl did not dwell on the topic of Marquis Bull for long, and soon returned to List. The Earl carefully inquired about the situation of fighting energy in List's body. In the end, he came to the same conclusion as List. He was indeed advancing to a Sky Knight, and there were indeed no obstacles in the way. Such a smooth advancement method. List, even I am beginning to envy you. When I advanced to a Sky Knight, it took me an entire month. I don't know how much magic potions and energy I consumed before I broke through the barrier between mid-level and high-level fighting energy and successfully advanced. Perhaps I am standing on the shoulders of giants, and with your training experience, I am more at ease. I am more willing to think that this is the blessing of the knight's glory. You are indeed the son of glory, the pride of the Tulip family. The Earl patted him on the shoulder, and his tone became more and more gentle. Your future is destined to be more wonderful than I imagined. I hope to see the day when you surpass me. Such a sentimental and warm scene. Chapter 479. After the battle with the Count, the news that List was about to be promoted to a Sky Knight quickly spread in the Tulip fleet. Eunice, Trick, and others also directly asked List and got a positive answer. Incredible, Viscount List. You are ahead of all of us. I'm just one step ahead. Viscount List, I am doomed to be a Sky Knight in this life. Perhaps this is the gap between bloodlines. You have inherited the noble bloodline of the Count and Marquis Merlin. I think so too. My family has brought me the foundation, and I have brought all my talents into play. Flattering the limelight, just deal with it. List put aside his complacent mood and continued to devote himself to his training. Fortunately, the Count understood his current predicament and sent him a batch of black tulip potions. Of course, this cost money, and it was impossible to give away for free. He now has a budding magic fire seed, and no matter how many potions there are, they could be sucked dry by the magic fire seed in his heart. The hunted Windblade Wolf and Blackbat World of Warcraft meat have also been consumed in large quantities. Coupled with the brewed dry milk powder and the little food left in the gem space, the nutrition can barely keep up. The amount of food he had eaten alone was more than what 2 Trembling Woods could eat. In terms of quality, he eats better than the entire Blizzard Beast squad. It's not difficult to raise a Sky Knight, but to raise a dragon. I can't imagine how much nutrition will be needed after the magic fire seed germinates further. Fortunately, those problems can be left for the future, and now he can still afford to raise himself. With the constant changes in his chi, when he sailed to Ironhoof Island to replenish his supplies, he was about to complete the change in nature, and his mid-level chi was about to become a high-level chi. Every time he trains on the deck, he feels like he is floating and can fly thousands of miles at any time. But there is still one more step to go. What does it feel like to be a Sky Knight? His personal guard, Black Dragon Gang, Light Magician Paris, was very curious. I haven't reached the level where I can completely interpret the realm of a Sky Knight, but the feeling of a Sky Knight being able to fly is wonderful. Liz stepped onto the ground of Oxhoof City's harbor, feeling the satisfaction of returning home. They set off at the beginning of October and returned home in mid-December. The war that had lasted more than 2 months had brought back too much emotion. How I wish I could also practice fighting energy. I also yearn for the sky. Paris followed Liz's words and also had a lot of emotions. Find a flying world of Warcraft, tame it, and experience the thrill of flying in the sky. Will your Chocobo Loki evolve to the point where it can fly? Paris suddenly asked. It's getting bigger and bigger, and its wings are getting longer and longer. It looks like it's going to fly at any time. I also look forward to the moment when it can fly. They talked and talked. Paris said with a little sadness, your cultivation speed is too fast. I'm afraid that even if I transform into a Black Dragon Gang, I would still not be your opponent. My identity as a guard doesn't make much sense. It's still meaningful. You can steal a lot of information on the battlefield. However, you are a woman, and it is really inconvenient for you to live on the battlefield with our knight. Liz turned around, looked at Paris, and said seriously, in the future, you will stay in the territory, patiently study light magic, and by the way, serve as a territorial guard of Black Horse Island to protect the territory. Let me guard Black Horse Island? Yes, I intend to set up a patrol orders of chivalry on Black Horse Island. You will be the leader. In the future, you can take the official route. For yourself and for your sister, You should fight for the aristocracy. Aristocracy. Paris was a little silent, but finally nodded. Do I need to pledge allegiance to you? List nodded. If you want to integrate into Black Horse Island, pledging allegiance to me is the most appropriate way. Okay. She thought about it carefully and made a decision. I used to hate the nobles the most in addition to the magician. I didn't expect that I would not only become a magician, but also prepare to fight for the aristocracy. Viscount, when I return to Flower Town, I will pledge allegiance to you. We have known each other for so long. There is no need to be polite. When you are ready, you will pledge allegiance to me. Making such a decision meant a change in identity. She used to be an employer and employee, but now she would have the relationship of a follower and a lord. It also meant that she had resisted the will of the world and eventually succumbed to the hierarchical knight system of the world. After replenishing the supplies, they set sail again. On the third day of sailing, Liszt, who was meditating, suddenly opened his eyes. Just a second ago, the chi in his body finally completed the complete change. At that moment, he only felt that all the chi was ignited in an instant, burning along the meridians from the pores to the cell nuclei. The flames were connected, and the chi was also integrated into one. With a little movement, he felt as light as a swallow. He suddenly walked out of the cabin, and under the watchful eyes of Dosen and the 8 little ones, he stomped on the deck. In the next second, his whole body shot into the sky like a rocket. Chi gushed from the inside out, allowing his body to overcome the shackles of gravity and climb upward. The wind whistled in his ears. Lowering his head slightly, he suddenly saw that the tulip had become small. The many ships around it had also become small. Fortunately, I'm not afraid of heights. If there was a sky knight who was afraid of heights, I am afraid that I would be crippled. As Liszt soared, he was still operating his chi. He had read the high-grade chi secret manual, Rising Red Sun, and could already recite it backwards. This high-grade chi secret manual not only introduced the way to operate chi, but also how to use high-grade chi to soar into the sky and release sword moves in the air. He only needed to operate his chi according to the special route recorded in the secret manual, and his body would be able to glide steadily. When the degree of continuation of the chi operation reached the limit, he immediately stopped the operation, began free fall, and operated a new chi route. His body stopped falling and slid toward another sail. Boom! When he landed, the chi gathered at his feet, allowing him to stand firmly on the deck. However, the huge impact was not well controlled, and the deck was broken and the sailboat shook violently. Sir Viscount! The knight on the ship hurried to the bow deck and exclaimed one after another. Don't be nervous. I'm just practicing. You continue with your business. He smiled faintly, calmly leaped, and once again soared into the sky, leaving behind a group of knight, dumbfounded. Heavens, Viscount Liszt really promoted to a sky knight, a 17-year-old sky knight, the bloodline of the Tulip family, sparkling, powerful, handsome, knight of glory. No one is more noble than Sir Viscount Liszt. I have witnessed the Son of Glory with my own eyes. Coral Island's second Sky Knight. 2 years ago, who could have thought that such a moment would happen? Chapter 480. Once again soaring, Liszt landed on the deck of the Tulip. This time, he controlled the impact of the fall and did not trample on the newly repaired deck. The Count was already waiting at the bow. After seeing Liszt land, he took a deep breath and exclaimed, I am proud of you, my son. After saying this, he suddenly realized that he had said this to Liszt several times during this time. The pride that Liszt brought him was one thing after another. Thank you, father. When we return to Tulip Castle, I will hold a grand banquet for you and announce the good news to all the aristocrats and commoners of Coral Island. As you wish. Liszt readily accepted the good advice. Then he accepted the congratulations of all the aristocrats on board. Everyone knew that the Grand Duchy of Sapphire was a rising aristocratic star. At this moment, no one doubted whether Liszt could reach the current achievements of Count Lee William in the future. He could create a new family at any time. Creating a family and carrying forward the bloodline was an incomparably glorious thing for the aristocrats of this world. Liszt did not understand before, but after communicating with the Count, he realized that the Count was looking forward to such a thing. It meant that the Tulip family would continue to grow and achieve new achievements. Just like when the Count changed the family name to Tulip, it was a glorious moment. Then, the sailboat his followers were riding quickly approached. Marcus and others boarded the Tulip and offered a song of loyalty to Liszt. It was lively for a long time. Even though the ship was simple and crude, a banquet was still held. Everyone drank until they were drunk. Liszt was no exception. He was very excited, and the aristocrats kept urging him to drink. He drank one cup after another until he finally fell asleep on the table. The night passed. As usual, he woke up early in the morning. As an ordinary sky knight, his body's strong resilience made him not feel the slightest hangover. In high spirits, he watched the sailboat sail towards Coral City's port. He really wanted to fly over and show off his new identity, but he restrained this impulse. The image of nobility needed to be maintained, and one could not be too complacent. Disembarking from the ship, he immediately mounted Loki, a chocobo that had grown a size, and set off behind the Count. Along the way, there was no doubt that he received far more attention than the Count. It was not only because he was handsome and had an outstanding temperament, but also because Rocky, who was under him, was extraordinarily valiant. His body had doubled in size, and he was almost 4 meters tall. His legs were almost 7 meters tall, and his neck was 5 meters tall. His body was less than 1 meter tall, but compared to his previous round body, his body was more flat and streamlined. The biggest change was its wings. They grew longer and longer, reaching a wingspan of 6 to 7 meters. Because the changes occurred during the voyage, he has not recalculated Loki's current physical condition, but from the appearance alone, he has conquered everyone's eyes. Loki used to walk beside Dosen, but he still seemed a little indifferent. But now that Loki and Dosen were walking side by side, the average person would not be able to tell which was the intermediate world of Warcraft. Dosen's tonnage and area were larger, while Loki's height and body length were longer. Each had their own merits, and they were evenly matched. However, Loki's bloodline evolution had not yet been completed. He still had room for growth, and his momentum was just around the corner, surpassing Dosen. After all, he would be an intermediate dragon in the future. Fortunately, 2 bloodline fruits in a row allowed him to successfully evolve World of Warcraft, and he did not explode and die. Perhaps the smoke mission is stirring the threads of fate, changing the fate of Dosen and Loki. Liszt could only understand it this way. Surrounded by civilians on both sides of the road, the triumphant knight rode tall horses and slowly galloped towards Tulip Castle with their heads held high. Every triumphant return was a good opportunity to promote the dignity of the knight. The solidification of the aristocratic and civilian classes under such edification continued to build, although he tried to deny it in his heart. But Liszt still enjoyed the feeling of riding a horse through the streets. What people pursue in life is nothing more than fame, fortune, and beauty. Now such a scene is not the best reward for fame. Everyone wants to be the focus of attention. The difference is whether they can become it or not. Now he had the opportunity to become, and he did become the focus. The whispers of the commoners always revolved around him and his mount, Loki. There were also many children whose envious gazes followed his back all the time. When I grow up, I want to be as powerful as the Lord Knight, riding a big bird, a child announced loudly. The older companions laughed in unison. Ha! You're still riding your own pet. Maybe you can ride a big bird when you're dreaming. That's World of Warcraft, World of Warcraft's big bird. It can eat you in one bite. A young man, obviously well-informed, proudly showed off. Don't even think about it. That's the great Tulip family's bloodline, the ruler of Black Horse Island, Lord Viscount. He is the son of Glory of Coral Island, and no one is more favored by the glory of the night than him. The child said, "Ah," and stopped talking. When young and ignorant, Everyone has a dream that doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, but growth means compromise. In constant compromise, gradually deviate from their dreams and can no longer become the person they want to be. Fate does not need to be attacked. It only needs to slowly wear down the fighting spirit. Eventually, the bowed head will announce that not everyone can hold the throat of fate. Of course, if the heart does not give up, hope will not disappear. The world still leaves a glimmer of hope for progress for civilians, driving countless civilian knights to flock to the battlefield for this glimmer of hope. Some people would remain on the battlefield forever, dying on the battlefield, while others would return in glory. There is no doubt that List was also a man of glory. By the time they reached the intersection of Tulip Castle and Coral City, the team to greet them had already assembled at the intersection. Just like the last triumphant return of the Ironhoof Island, Madame Penelope, Madame Marie, Lavera, Levis, and the Loria couple were all standing at the front of the team. "Mother, I have made you worry." Lee William dismounted first and bowed to Madame Penelope. Every time he saw his mother come to greet him, he would bow like this. The aristocracy is full of exchanges of interests. There's also affection. Madame Penelope smiled and said, "I am not worried about you. You always stand on the winning side and have never disappointed me from the beginning to the present." Immediately after the count, List, who had dismounted from the bird, also walked over quickly. "Grandmother, strong young man, List, you have become taller and more handsome." Madame Penelope was very happy. She pulled List's hand and chattered. "In the past, when Lee William went to the battlefield alone, I was not worried about his safety, but worried that he would be lonely outside. Now that he has his sons to accompany him, father and son fighting side by side, he will no longer be lonely." Lee William faintly smiled. "Mother, List can already fight side by side with me. You definitely can't imagine what kind of surprise he will bring us. If you have something to say, quickly say it, don't delay." Madame Penelope bluntly scolded. The others also paid close attention, waiting for the Count to finish his words. The Count had long been accustomed to Madame Penelope's attitude, so his smiling expression didn't change in the slightest. List has been promoted to Sky Knight. Boom! The team to greet them in triumph instantly became restless. Chapter 481. Sky Knight. Levis opened his mouth wide, his expression full of disbelief. "Father, are you saying that List has become a Sky Knight?" Loria grabbed his arm and also exclaimed with her mouth wide open. As the future mistress of Tulip Castle, she had always believed that Levis was the most talented one in the Tulip family, and that Levis would be the leader of the Sky Knight. She didn't expect that List, who had an emotional entanglement with his sister, would suddenly erupt. Madame Marie's eyes widened. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were full of distrust. Her son, Lytton, couldn't hide his fear. Even though Madame Marie taught him to respect his second brother, he still disapproved of List, who had been conferred the title of Viscount. Because of his talent, he was highly regarded by the Count, making him think that he was the genius. There was no doubt that in his eyes, Levis was just a mediocre person, and List was even more of a waste. However, at this moment, he heard frightening news. The second Wei son of the Tulip family had become a high and mighty Sky Knight. This was a height that many knights could only dream of but not reach. Even those geniuses would find it difficult to attack a Sky Knight without sufficient resources. Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Why is it like this? Lytton's head was dizzy as this question echoed in his mind. He felt that all the strength in his body had dissipated, and he was about to lose his balance. He was flustered, stifled, and very uncomfortable. However, no one cared about his current feelings. Even his mother, Madame Marie, was nervously watching List, wanting to hear List personally say Sky Knight. Madame Penelope pulled List's hand and didn't let go. "My young man, is what your father said true?" Lavera rushed over and grabbed List's other hand. "My dear brother, are you really a Sky Knight, a powerful knight who can fly in the sky?" In the face of everyone's concern and expectations, List really wanted to wipe the unnecessary sweat off his forehead. He was a little overwhelmed by the enthusiasm of his family. He preferred the faint admiration in their eyes rather than the warm concern. But he still maintained his usual demeanor and showed the perfect standard aristocratic smile. Yes, grandmother, I have advanced the Sky Knight, completed during the recent voyage. Right now, I'm an ordinary Sky Knight. I can fly high in the sky and use high-level Do Chi. His reply. It made those who were looking forward to it feel as if a huge rock had been lifted off their chests, and those who were jealous felt as if they had been hit by a stone hammer. But no matter what, the scene instantly fell into wild cheers. His family, no matter who they were, kept sending their blessings, and Madame Penelope hugged him and patted him on the shoulder. He was so tall that he had to bend down to let Madame Penelope hug him. After a while, Madame Penelope let go of his hand, tears faintly glistening in her eyes. Glory to the night! Our tulip family has finally given birth to a new Sky Knight. The glory of the family will not decline, but will flourish even more. Yes, mother, the tulip family will grow stronger and stronger. The Count supported Madame Penelope and said loudly to the surroundings, the ceremony to welcome the triumphant return is over. The knights are dismissed and return to their territories to reunite with their families. The rest of you, return to Tulip Castle first. List straightened his back and was just about to turn over and ride Loki. Levis pulled him back. List, I simply don't know what to call you. Sky Knight, you have achieved the height that I have dreamed of. Today, you must talk with me until late at night. I have too many things about training that I need your advice on. Obviously, since he could not return to the Flower Town today, he had to reply, Brother, if Luolia doesn't mind, I am very willing to exchange cultivation experiences with you. Luolia came over with a smile. I don't mind, List. I hope that you two brothers can have a pleasant chat. Lavera also came over. I also want to join. List smiled. No problem. One was an exchange, two was also an exchange. He did not mind sharing his successful experiences with his relatives, although he believed that his success was not worth learning from. At most, he would tell them some of his summary of cultivation tips. He was very good at taking notes and using scientific methods to sum up problems arising from training. A thought flashed through his mind. Perhaps I can write a copy of List's Earth manuscript as a family heirloom to provide scientific reference for the cultivation of future descendants. At this time, at the instigation of Madame Marie, Lytton, who was a little pale, approached and reluctantly smiled. Brother List, I also want to join you. Although I have not become an Earth Knight, I hope to get your guidance. No problem. The Count was not far away, and List was embarrassed to refuse, even if he was not pleasing to the eye with Lytton. He also had to take into account the Count's feelings and maintain a superficial brotherly relationship. So, he was escorted back to Tulip Castle. Using the excuse that he needed to tell his followers something, he was freed from the entanglement of Levis, Lavera, and Lytton. He called Marcus. Teacher Marcus, the construction plan of the territory, especially the new town plan on Black Horse Island. I told you on the ship. Do you remember it all? Today, Marcus is more cautious in front of List. When he was an Earth Knight, he didn't feel it. When List became a Sky Knight, he felt great pressure and infinite motivation. Yes, my lord, I may not be able to return to Flower Town immediately in the next few days. You pass my ideas to Blair Administrative Officer and let him send someone to investigate a suitable location for the new town. In addition, let Captain Harpagon of the Flower Caravan come over immediately. I have questions to ask him. Harpagon's Flower Caravan was not only engaged in trade, but also involved in information exchange. It was basically equivalent to the Flower Town office in Coral City. If there was anything that needed to be understood, it was the fastest way to find him. A moment later, Harpagon rushed to Tulip Castle and reported the latest situation of Flower Town and Black Horse Island to List. The first question was List's biggest concern, whether the corn sprite was born or not. Harpagon replied, My lord, I don't know about the corn sprite. This is confidential information of the castle, and I dare not inquire about it. However, I haven't heard of any new sprites being born in the castle recently. Maybe you need to ask Mr. Carter or Advisor Gort. This was indeed the case. The sprites were an important asset of the Lord, and it was impossible to disclose information about the sprites casually. Therefore, Liz could only wait for Advisor Gort to receive the notice and rush to Tulip Castle as soon as possible to bring him news of the corn sprite. After listening to most of the construction of Flower Town and Black Horse Island, he sent Harpagon away. Back to Tulip Castle, he was the focus of attention. It was obvious that every time he came to Tulip Castle, his treatment had changed. When he first crossed over, he was just a little invisible. Then he gained the intermediate world of Warcraft and the Thorn Sprite, and was valued. Then he succeeded in becoming a baron on Black Horse Island, and became a pivotal figure in the castle. Now, the treatment he enjoyed was almost as good as that of an earl. His family tried to be close to him, and the servants expressed their infinite respect. Chapter 482. The luncheon was very sumptuous. Even though the food style of Tulip Castle was not very to List's liking, he still ate a lot of World of Warcraft meat and various dairy products. During the war, I felt hungry every day. Now that I'm back here, I can finally eat to my heart's content. Rubbing his stomach, he put down the fork in his hand in satisfaction. Madame Penelope said in a cheerful mood, "From now on, we can no longer let a Sky Knight go hungry. The Tulip family may not be as good as those great nobles, but we can definitely provide enough food." Madame Marie also said with a smile, "The castle's food, as long as it suits your taste, you can eat as much as you want." The focus was on List. The Count, a little jealous, said, "Mother, I haven't had a proper meal on the battlefield. You are no longer growing, but List is still growing. Look, every time you see him, you will find that he has grown taller again. Are you 9 meters now?" Madame Penelope casually dismissed the Count and changed the topic back to List. List shook his head. "About 89 meters, and I feel that my height is starting to stagnate. My final height will probably be 9 meters. Levis said enviously, 9 meters is enough. Growing too tall will bring pressure to others." He was only 85 meters, which was now a head shorter than List. Lavera said with a smile, "In our family, List has been blessed by the glory of the night since birth. You have all the advantages of the Tulip family and Taro family bloodline: height, appearance, talent. I was very jealous of you when I was a child, but now it is difficult to even catch up to your back. I think Levis, Lavera, and Litton have all inherited the family's talent. As long as the supply of resources can keep up, there is hope for them to advance to Sky Knight." List replied. It didn't cost much to say a few words of flattery, so he was happy to encourage his brothers and sisters in this atmosphere. In the afternoon, Gort rushed over from the Flower Town. "My lord, when I heard that you had advanced to the rank of Sky Knight, I was so overjoyed that I almost went mad on the spot." As soon as they met, he began to flatter. "When I followed you to Flower Town, I knew that you were deeply favored by the glory of the night. You are the son of glory." List maintained his smile. Gort's flattery continued unabated. "In less than 2 years, you have achieved glory that many nobles could never achieve in their entire lives. Sky Knight, you are only 17 years old. This is a great joy for all the people on Black Horse Island." If they didn't stop him, Gort might talk for half an hour. He had to interrupt. "Advisor Gort becoming a Sky Knight is indeed a pleasant surprise, but now I want to know more about the territory. In the 2 months that I was away, did my corn sprite come into being? Is everything going smoothly in the territory?" The corn sprite has not yet been born, but it has reached the final stage of the fat pupa stage and is motionless. We can't guess whether it has evolved successfully, but it has not decayed and disappeared. I believe that the time for success will come soon. That's good. Upon hearing this news, List was finally relieved. He had been thinking about the corn sprite for a long time. The fat pupa stage of the sprite was a key point. Failure, turning into ashes. Success, the sprite broke out of the pupa. Although the corn sprite had not yet broken out of the pupa, it had not turned into ashes either. It was still working hard to complete its evolution. What about other things? The new cordyceps of the rubber tree have reproduced a large number of seedlings around the roots. Blair has sent serfs to cultivate them within the influence of the cordyceps before the heavy snow comes. Now it seems that these seedlings are affected by the cordyceps and can safely survive the winter. Gort was now barely a qualified advisor of the territory, and most of the situation had been kept in mind. Overall, the territory had not changed much in the past 2 months, and there had been no gratifying progress in the various industries. There were not enough serfs, and the key industries could only barely be maintained, let alone other industries that had not yet been developed. The 2 batches of serfs have lost a total of more than 800 people. The actual number of serfs that have arrived safely is 16,316. For the time being, 8,000 serfs have been placed in the flower town and 8,000 serfs have been placed in the port town. They have not yet been assigned jobs and residences. Do we have enough houses for them to live in? In accordance with your instructions before participating in the development order, the carpentry workshop has urgently produced a batch of upper and lower beds. In this way, 8 serfs can live in a wooden house, barely placing everyone in the wooden house to resist the cold. However, there's still not enough clothing, and many serfs are still suffering from the cold. Let the residents who have spare clothes first contribute the unused cotton-padded clothes, and then urgently purchase cotton-padded clothes from other places. The serfs have been transported back at a great cost. Even if they're lost during the voyage, I hope that none of them will starve or freeze to death when they arrive at the territory. Sir, I will try my best to arrange it. Not try your best, but it must be done, Liz said seriously, pushing the responsibility of solving the problem to officials such as Gort. In fact, the root of the problem was that he was too greedy and sent too many serfs, resulting in a lack of winter clothing. Gort thought about it and said, "Sir, we're buying clothes like crazy. I am afraid that the price of all cotton-padded clothes and quilts on Coral Island will increase significantly. Don't be afraid to spend money." Advisor Gort, leave the money to me. All you need to do is to complete the construction of the territory according to my instructions. The money spent now will be multiplied in the future. There are too many profitable industries on Black Horse Island and Flower Town. I understand. Gort nodded. This winter, I will get all the officials of the territory to move and work hard to complete your instructions. As a superior, List rarely intervened in frontline work now. He only needed to command the officials of the territory. After a careful conversation with Gort, he stayed at Tulip Castle for the night and talked with Levis, Lavera, and Lytton all night, exchanging cultivation experiences. He did not hide anything. He had explained all the problems he had encountered in his cultivation. He had also shared some ideas on how to use scientific methods to aid his cultivation with his brothers and sisters. In any case, the improvement of the strength of his brothers and sisters was not bad for him. They always had the same blood flowing in their veins. When a family is strong, everyone can be sheltered. There must be a way to cultivate qi, and there must be a way to take medicine. I have summed up the reason why my personal cultivation is so fast. There is no other reason. I'm good at summarizing. List, like a teacher, spoke with confidence and assurance. What you are most concerned about is taking medicine. Tonight, I will focus on how to take medicine. My knowledge of taking medicine comes from a large number of books bought by my father, grandfather, and myself. Everyone's way of taking medicine is different, but if you look carefully, you will find that there are common principles. He asked the servant to bring paper and pen. He wrote and drew on the table. This is a set of common principles. You can call it Lister's pharmacology. It specializes in the study of taking drugs, constantly recording the feeling of taking drugs, knowing how to make tables and draw curves, and finally finding the most suitable dosage. He said it very seriously. Levis and the other 2 listened very seriously, their eyes shining from time to time. Perhaps they thought that by learning List's pharmacology, they could be promoted to Sky Knight as quickly as List. They were destined not to know. Chapter 483. Taking potions is an essential means of night training. Without the help of potions, it is difficult to break the shackles of the human body and accommodate more qi to transform the body. It is already amazing that scientific potions can promote less than 1/10 of the effect. Levis will become a Sky Knight sooner or later, even if I don't teach him potions. As the eldest son of the Tulip family, it is impossible for him to stay at the Earth Knight stage forever. It is hard to say for Elvira. She has not entered the elite stage yet, so the possibility of her breaking through to the Sky Knight is relatively small. Knight training not only requires a lot of resources, but also a persistent heart. Elvira's diligence in cultivation was not outstanding. It was probably because she was a woman that limited her desire to pursue strength. She would rather spend a lot of time with Madame Penelope to watch funny shows than diligently train she every day. As for Lytton, he is still young and has not even become an Earth Knight, so it is difficult to judge his future achievements. However, he is only 13 years old and will only be 14 after the new year. His talent is indeed not inferior to that of Levis. As for Liszt, it is not easy to compare. He was a loser when he was young, but now he is shocking. There is no clear record of a 17-year-old Sky Knight in the Grand Duchy of Sapphire. Of course, he can't be compared to the Dragon Knight candidates of the mainland kingdom, but in the country, Liszt can already be crowned with the title of unprecedented. Basically, these contents are all of Liszt's potions. I will find time in the near future to write my training experience into a secret book as the inheritance of the Tulip family, Liszt's Earth manuscript. You can borrow it to read when the time comes. I am usually very busy and have no time to answer your questions. Even the Count does not have time to care about the training of his children all day long. He is only a peer who has been in theft and has no obligation to teach them. Being able to write a manuscript for the family to read is already very responsible. After a night of chatting, Liszt fully revealed his training experience in the elite Earth Knight stage. It wasn't until 3 o'clock in the morning that the exchange meeting ended. He took a shower, had a midnight snack, and returned to his room to sleep. The next day was still a busy day. The Count said that he would hold a grand banquet for Liszt to celebrate his promotion to a Sky Knight. Therefore, countless aristocrats of Coral Island were summoned to Tulip Castle to participate in the celebratory banquet. The focus of the banquet, Liszt was undoubtedly flattered for the entire day. Drunk as a kite, he didn't even have his evening training. The morning sun shone through the window. When he woke up, his body had completely recovered, and there was no hangover in his head. While he was washing up, he shook off the distractions of the past 2 days and began to sort out his future plans. Becoming a Sky Knight is just the beginning. I am now an ordinary Sky Knight. I still need to continue training, advance to the Sacred Swordsman level, advance to the Perfection level, and finally succeed in riding a dragon and become the Dragon Knight of my dreams. He was washing his face with cold water, which was more comfortable in winter. The biting cold water had no effect on him. The Sky Knight, with a powerful physique, had a strong resistance to cold and heat. However, the cold stimulated his brain to become clearer. There are 3 points to pay attention to in my training. 1 is the development of Dragon's Qi. How to breed a budding magic fire seed is an unavoidable topic. The other is the training of high-level Qi secret manuals. Flying and fighting must be followed up quickly. He took the towel handed by the servant and wiped his face. He was still pondering. The third is the issue of the Sky Knight's poison. In the elite Earth Knight stage, taking poison is a necessary means of training. But in the Sky Knight stage, poison is still a necessary means of training. I have to sum up a new poison plan as soon as possible. The training of Qi could be described as a boat sailing against the current, not moving forward or backward. So even if he became a Sky Knight, he could not stop taking potions, and the amount of potions would increase. Unlike mages who relied on meditation to condense the free magic in the air, they could live in solitude and concentrate on studying the truth. The knight's Qi was self-produced, and when a knight ruled the world, in order to consume Qi, they needed to constantly consume resources. War was also born. The amount of magic potions in my territory is obviously not enough. Unfortunately, There are not enough elves to expand the magic potion planting. In the future, this consumption will be huge. At this stage, the most suitable way to deal with it is to expand the scale of flame mushroom and snow flame mushroom. His territory had 5 magic potion planting projects: black tulip, fast-growing magic thorns, flame mushroom, snow flame mushroom, and the auxiliary medicine black nightshade. But black tulip, fast-growing magic thorns, and the auxiliary medicine black nightshade all needed elves to support them. Otherwise, the magic potions could not be planted. Only the flame mushroom and snow flame mushroom could continue to expand. Taking advantage of the cold snap, I should plant at least 500 mu of snow flame mushroom and 1,000 mu of flame mushroom this winter. In the future, I hope that the flame mushroom can be quickly expanded to 10,000 mu. There are a lot of serfs coming, and I have enough manpower to learn how to grow flame mushroom. Flame mushroom cultivation required a lot of materials. But the cost of buying materials was not worth mentioning compared to the value of the magic potion. The only restriction was the cultivation technique. Serfs did not know how to grow mushrooms at all. Fortunately, List had been promoting the apprenticeship system in his territory, and the serfs in the Shiitake settlement had begun to take apprentices. Mushroom cultivation techniques slowly spread like wildfire. In addition, the thorn sprite Ella should all be arranged to plant fast-growing magic thorns. As for fast-growing iron thorns, they should be directly planted with ordinary wood. It has the effect of fast-growing, and it still has a great advantage over ordinary wood. Anyway, the carpentry workshop business is not very profitable. Ironwood quality furniture was still very popular, but it was difficult to sell the furniture of the carpentry workshop at a high price in a situation where all the aristocratic territories had their own carpenters. Sales could not be expanded, and the techniques were always quickly learned by other carpenters. So, from the analysis of costs and benefits, List hoped that the territory would develop industries with high returns, such as flour wine, flour soap, and the glass that was about to go into production. The masters of the Fire Dragon Brick Factory had been studying glass technology for several months and could produce barely qualified glass products. There were still many impurities and color flaws, but it did not prevent it from selling at a suitable price. The world of Warcraft breeding industry should also be developed quickly. The mangrove, green caterpillar, and mallard duck industry must be expanded as soon as possible. Later, let a chi take Nami to build more mangroves. It is also best to artificially raise the black giant clam and pink conch, especially actively planting pearls. He did not know how to grow the pink conch pearls, but the black giant clam could put impurities such as sand in the small shell to promote the black pearl. Finally, after washing up, he had already walked to the dining room and was ready to enjoy breakfast. List thoroughly sorted out the 3 major goals of the territory in the future: the high-profit manufacturing industry that earned cash flow, glass, liquor, and the like; the potion planting industry that provided him with potions, various potions, auxiliary potions, and the like; the breeding industry that provided his daily consumption of food, dragon dairy cows, mallard ducks, pink conch, and so on. Everything could be delayed. Only these 3 industries must be vigorously developed. Chapter 484. Now on Coral Island, no one can stop List from going anywhere, let alone back to his own territory. List declined the invitations of his aristocratic colleagues and directly took the retainer knight to Flower Town. The chocobo Loki, who had grown a size bigger, finally had the chance to let loose. "You take Dosen and the 8 little ones back to Flower Town. I will go alone. No need to follow me," he told the retainers and servants, stabilized the blizzard beasts, and then rode Loki like the wind. "Speed up, Loki. Cluck." The high IQ chocobo could understand many of List's commands. It immediately started running. Its 2 legs of about 1.7 meters were like walking on stilts, and they were very stable. Even if only the after images of its legs could be seen, it still looked calm. The wind whistled in his ears. Loki's speed at the moment, List felt, was at least more than 300 kilometers per hour. Because from leaving Tulip Castle to seeing a small town on the outskirts of North Valley City, it only took 20 minutes. The distance between Tulip Castle and North Valley City was less than 100 kilometers. Originally, when Loki did not release magic, its top speed was 200 kilometers per hour, and it could only last for 10 minutes. Now it can run to 300 kilometers per hour, and it can last for 20 minutes. Looking at Loki, whose physical strength had reached its limit and whose speed had dropped significantly, List silently estimated. He let Loki rest for a while in the grove beside the road. He fed it some wheat and water. A quarter of an hour later, Loki clucked, announcing that its physical strength had been restored. List continued to drive it to complete other data calculations. Jumping in place, vertical height of 6 meters, horizontal length of 35 meters. Sprinting and jumping, vertical height of 5 meters, horizontal length of 90 meters. Such data could be called perfect, but when List allowed Loki to use the magic lightened body spell, its data became even more terrifying. It ran at a top speed of 500 kilometers per hour, like a bolt of lightning from the North Valley City to the Flower Town, stopping at the edge of the Thorns Forest in Thorns Ridge. When sprinting and jumping, the vertical height could reach up to 20 meters, and the horizontal length was more than 200 meters. It could almost be seen as flying close to the ground. The Sky Knight can fly up to 100 meters in the air. Loki is slightly worse, but Loki's speed is faster. It's almost a perfect mount for me. If only it could fly. It's a pity that it has such long wings and still hasn't learned how to fly. List was proud, but also slightly regretful. Not being able to fly was always a flaw. When he rode Loki on Dawson Avenue, the patrol soon found him, and the news quickly spread throughout the town. At the entrance of the castle, Butler Carter had already hurriedly led the servants to welcome the return of the old master. "Master, welcome home. Long time no see, Mr. Carter, Mrs. Morrison, ladies and gentlemen." List greeted the servants with a smile. Loki was handed over to the servant to be taken away to be fed, and Butler Carter entered the castle while talking and laughing. Without any delay, Xianxia headed straight for the worm room. Wow. Ella had known through telepathy that List had returned home. She flew out directly and yelled at List. She was very dissatisfied with List's disappearance for so long. Of course, there was also joy brought by List's return. "Ella, long time no see." List touched the small thorns on Ella's head and put it on his shoulder. List then saw the protected fat pupa corn grassworm. The original blue-yellow corn grassworm had now become a huge gray-yellow worm. Its skin had lost luster, and it was motionless. However, List could feel a strong life force pulsating under his skin. List cast magic eyes and saw that the magic power of the primal chaos was suddenly bubbling like boiling water. The bubbles burst one after another, and then there was an inexplicable change in nature. The huge fat pupa corn grassworm also expanded in an instant. Excitement came from it and deeply infected List's mood. Butler Carter stood behind him, saw the change, and directly exclaimed, "Master, is this a successful evolution?" "Yes, Ella was born in such a situation." List was full of smiles. It was a great surprise. He had just returned, and the corn grassworm had begun its final evolution. Time passed little by little. The corn grassworm had grown to the thickness of a calf. Then, List's pupils suddenly widened as he saw the corn grassworm's skin change from gray-yellow to pale and suddenly burst open. Following that, a small pink, pale yellow hand reached out from under the skin, followed by an arm, and then a round little head. There was also a small corn on top of the head. The extremely beautiful little elf had already revealed her appearance. With curiosity about the world, it stretched out its head and looked around, and finally fixed its eyes on List. It opened its small mouth and shouted, "Chirp." Its cry was different from Ella's more crisp voice, a bit similar to Nami's delicate cry. Wow! When Ella saw the newborn elf, she quickly flew up and was about to rush towards it. However, he was grabbed by List and placed on the side of the table. Then he issued a command to not move and pouted his mouth in grievance. Then, With a smile on his face, List waved at the newborn elf. The corn sprite climbed out of the broken skin. Its chubby body shook, and a pair of transparent wings stretched out. It flew up, circled the whole room, and fell on List's palm. Chirp! It left the corn grass worm's skin. Before List touched it, it directly turned into dust and disappeared without a trace. A very gentle little elf. I can feel your calm heart. Looking at his third elf, List was filled with emotion. Mr. Carter, look at it. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, my lord. It is unbelievably beautiful, and I feel so lucky to be able to see the birth of a new fairy in my lifetime, Mr. Carter said, choking with sobs. The birth of a thorn sprite was a surprise for him. He had only heard of the mangrove sprite, and it seemed to be raised outside. Now this corn sprite was born with his own eyes. He regarded List as his closest person. He was gratified and happy for List's growth. List had a new elf, and he couldn't help but cry. Wow! Ella cried on the table, but neither List nor Carter paid attention to it. They still looked at the pale yellow, beautiful corn sprite. It should have been called the corngrass sprite. However, with the successive birth of corn, oil corn, and cob corn, corn has become a large family. This year's harvest of corn, oil corn, and cob corn has been reserved for large-scale cultivation during next spring plowing. Although the effect is not clear, there is no doubt that these three kinds of corn are good things. Even if the variety is not good, corn grass itself is a high-quality pasture. The corn sprite is very useful. Chapter 485. List really didn't think of a name for the corn sprite. The name of the thorn sprite, Ella, came from the rise of thorns. The name of the mangrove sprite, Nami, came from the tide mermaid. They were all heroes in League of Legends, but there didn't seem to be any heroes related to corn. It's not that there isn't any. Jigs, the dynamite genius, is related to corn. But the name Jigs is not cool enough, nor is it three-dimensional enough. Moreover, I remember that the manager of the fruit-stealing monkey training ground is called Jigs. It's awkward to call him by this name. So, after thinking for a long time, he couldn't think of a suitable name, so he just randomly picked one. Let's call it Mickey. List didn't know why it was called Mickey. Anyway, he thought of such a name and made it the name of the corn sprite. In fact, in the great noble families, the sprites generally didn't have a name. Just call them by their cordyceps name. After all, there were too many of them. But the tulip family was not that rich, so every sprite had a name. List naturally named his sprite. Master, I'll send the news of Mickey's birth, Carter said with some eagerness. The birth of a sprite was obviously another glory worth celebrating. Go. However, before Carter went out, the town's officials had hurried to the castle. The officials led by Xianxia were notified by the patrol and quickly rushed to the castle. Mr. Carter, is the master in the castle? Gentlemen, the master is welcoming the birth of the corn sprite. Mickey, I'm going to inform you. What? The corn sprite has been born? The officials who knew about it exclaimed again. God, the glory of the night. Surprising things happened one after another. All the glory gathered on the master we follow. At this time, List came down from the second floor. There was a sprite sitting on each of his shoulders. On his left shoulder was the snow-white Ella, who was still angry with a flat mouth. On his right shoulder was the light yellow corn sprite Mickey, who was curious about the surroundings. Unfortunately, Nami was not here, otherwise there might be one on his head. Praise the master. Praise the Lord. The officials quickly began to bow. List smiled. You don't have to be so polite. Let's leave the celebration to future banquets. Now I'm more concerned about the development of the territory, especially the arrival of the new serfs and the arrangements for the incorporation of the knight and his family. Isaiah stepped out and said, Sir, the knight has been taken to Black Horse Island by Captain Marcus. Except for a few Earth Knight instructors who stayed in Flower Town, the other knights went to Black Horse Island. Consultant Gort also went to Black Horse Island to settle the knight. Then, how are the serfs of the Flower Town arranged? In accordance with your instructions, Flower Town did not continue to cultivate wastelands, and most of the worm stocks were gradually transferred to Black Horse Island. Therefore, the new serfs were only temporarily arranged to live in Flower Town and renovated roads and wooden houses. When the new town of Black Horse Island is built in the future, they will gradually move there to farm. You officials must purchase materials and ensure that the serfs can survive this winter. I will find a way to get the gold coins. Yes, sir. After accepting the compliments of the crowd and discussing government affairs for half an hour, List dismissed the officials. Just as the squires and servants had returned to Flower Town with the blizzard beasts, List arranged the blizzard beasts in their respective kennels, then left the castle and went to the magic workshop. His magic potions were not enough, and he urgently needed Chris Truth to provide a new batch of magic potions. He also came here to pick up the magic books. He gave Chris a lot of gold coins to buy magic books. Therefore, the achievement of the bookmarking madman must continue, in case there is a new cheese secret technique hidden on the cover of a book. There is no harm in scratching it. When he arrived at the magic workshop, Chris was not working. Instead, she was sitting in a rocking chair in the cold wind, looking at a withered tree not far away as the last leaf drifted down. What are you thinking about? List's voice interrupted Chris's wandering mind. She hurriedly got up. Lord Viscount, you are back? I heard that you have successfully advanced to the rank of Sky Knight. Praise the Lord. This is an admirable achievement. I am not lacking in talent and effort. It is natural for me to become a Sky Knight, List said lightly. In his own territory, he did not need to be modest. Lord Viscount, are you here to get the magic potion? I came to see you, to understand your progress, to take some magic books back to read, and finally to get the magic potion. His purpose was, of course, the magic potion. But when speaking, there is no need to be so straightforward. He can adjust the order appropriately. Chris's face flashed with a hint of surprise, and then she replied, I have been a little uneasy recently. It seems that my understanding of magic has reached a critical point, but there are always a few situations that I don't understand and need to be carefully considered. Don't worry. If there is any problem, you can tell me. Although I am not a magician, I can consult other magicians. If I really can't solve it, I will ask Lord Viscount for help. So, how many magic books did Mr. Elkson sell? I spent 30 gold coins to buy 3 boxes of magic books, mostly theoretical notes. And I spent 136 gold coins to buy 4 kinds of high-level magic and 8 kinds of ordinary magic, including a high-level light magic shadow projection, which is worth 40 gold coins. These magic books were directly handed over to the servants to carry to the castle. Chris then began to hand over the magic potions. Chris made the magic potions very quickly, as long as the materials could keep up, and the consumption of the production was relatively low. But it was clear that the magic potion materials produced in the territory were still too little. She had only made a small batch of magic potions during this time. It was not enough for List to practice for half a month, so he still had to spend gold coins to buy magic potions from the outside. Although it was painful, he had to do so for practice. Fortunately, the balance of the sale of the black pearls could be recovered soon. The income of the flower wine could be obtained soon, and the production of glass was also put on the agenda. Otherwise, List would really have a hard time facing the construction of the territory. Take away the magic potions. Return to the castle. List immediately began to work on his achievement as a madman. The castle's current collection of books has been piled up one bookshelf after another, looking like a scholar's study. But in fact, except for the cracks in the covers, half of all the knight's novels and magic books were brand new. 1 book, 2 books, 3 books. He was like a diligent little bee, constantly cutting the covers to look for possible interlayers and metal papers. He hoped to get another cheese secret skill. Unfortunately, however, until dinner, he cut all the covers of books, but still did not find the interlayer. Chapter 486. The dinner party was lively. Although the officials and knight of Black Horse Island did not appear, The officials and Knight of Flower Town alone were enough to make the castle lively all night. However, in his territory, List rarely drank. His majesty grew stronger and stronger. When he did not want to drink, his followers did not dare to persuade him to drink. At the dinner party, there was another thing worth mentioning. His personal guard, Paris, officially declared her allegiance to him and became one of his many followers. List personally appointed her as the head of the Black Horse Island Patrol Orders of Chivalry. Paris's strength ensured that the Earth Knight, even if they were jealous of her high position, would not dare to provoke her. After all, she was one of the few people in the territory with the strength of an elite Earth Knight, and she was still comparable to a veteran elite Earth Knight. Even if Paris was a woman, there was no concept of the 3 obediences and 4 virtues in this world. There were many female knights, and the status of women in society was not necessarily much worse than that of men. It was just that there were very few women in the high-end combat force. Most women acted as territorial managers. Men charged and fought, while women managed the manor. This was the standard. Paris, who had become a follower, was ready to pack up her things and follow List to Black Horse Island early tomorrow morning. For a long time to come, she would settle on Black Horse Island and take on her responsibilities. He looked at Paris, who was already using the terms of a superior and a subordinate. List was somewhat disappointed. The Knight system was a society where the hierarchy was very clear. The definition of friend here was more like a partner who could bring benefits to each other. Ever since List crossed over to this world, he hadn't really made any friends. Butler Carter was his confidant. He wasn't a relative, but he wasn't a friend. Advisor Gort was his teacher and advisor of the territory, but he was only a follower. Captain Marcus was also a teacher and a follower. Levis was the elder brother, and Meopal was the cousin, but they were not friends. The siren Chi was his sister. To be honest, the relationship between the two was somewhat similar to that of siblings and lovers. There was even a kind of twisted relationship between a master and a pet, but they were by no means friends. Only Paris, with her disdain for nobles, could be developed as a friend. But sometimes, because of the attraction of genders, there would always be a vague ambiguity. In the long run, it would be difficult to maintain normal communication. However, taking a step forward was not a result that List was willing to see. He did not have such thoughts for the time being, so he decided to cut the Gordian knot. He didn't want to be entangled in his feelings. Dragon riding was the focus of his life. After the banquet, he took Dosin and the 2 elves to the seascape villa. The lights in the villa were still on, but Chi did not appear. He blew the horn for a while, but there was still no response from Chi. I don't know where Chi has gone. It seems that we won't be able to see her tonight. But just as he was about to turn back, a familiar horn sounded from the sea. It was Chi's response. After a while, List saw the sea sprite that he missed so much. She was still as beautiful as before, without any signs of age. Brother! Chi threw herself directly into List's arms. Her petite but plump body made List instantly have a reaction that he shouldn't have. Even in winter, Chi still didn't need to wear clothes. Her body was a little cold but very soft. She could already skillfully control the hose to avoid wet List's clothes when they touched. So, it meant that when they hugged, the hose did not exist. Her body was clinging to List's clothes. Thinking of this, List felt that his body was about to lose control again. He could only silently say, at least 3 years, the highest death penalty, and run his chi to eliminate the body's reaction. It took a lot of effort to barely control himself and not expose the restlessness in his heart. Chirp! The mangrove sprite was flying on the side. Seeing Chi happy, it was also happy. However, its expression soon froze, because it saw the thorny sprite Ella, whose face was full of anger, staring at it with her fists clenched. The meaning of threat was self-evident. This reminded Nami of the first time they met, when Ella gave it a rough slap. It left a very deep shadow. It shrank its neck, lay on Chi's back, and looked at Ella cautiously. Then its eyes turned to the corn sprite Mickey on the other side. Mickey was a gentle sprite. After a few chirp, chirp, it slowly flew towards Nami. Then, The two little elves circled around each other. It was obvious that this was the first time they had met, and they were very friendly. However, it was limited to a friendly greeting. Sprites were not social creatures, and they did not have abundant social emotions. They were more attached to their contracted masters. Brother, Achi has a lot to say to you. After the hug, they could finally chat normally. Achi quickly jumped up and took out 5 sprite worms from the shell like a treasure. List was almost speechless with surprise. 5 sprite worms were placed on the table. They were yellow-brown, purple-brown, pink, cyan yellow, and black-brown. They all looked the same, with 2 small gills behind their heads, suitable for survival in the water. Achi, where did you get so many sprite worms? Are they all contracted? These are all sprite worms in the deep sea, so Achi contracted them. However, Achi also found 2 sprite worms in the mangrove by the sea, waiting for brother to contract them. 5 contracted ones, 2 uncontracted ones. In other words, Achi had brought him 7 sprite worms. In addition to Nami and the kelp worm, in this short time, Achi brought him a sprite and 8 sprite worms, which was simply a wholesale sprite. But soon, List knew that he had misunderstood a sprite worm. The yellow-brown one was the previous kelp worm. Achi also brought the remaining 4 sprite worms. What do the sea plants look like? The purple-brown sprite worm, its body was a kind of wrinkled, flaky seaweed, a bit like the seaweed in the seaweed egg soup that List had eaten. This sprite worm, for the time being, could be called a seaweed worm. The pink sprite worm, its body was a kind of translucent, gummy red plant, which grew on rocks, looking like red flowers on rocks. It was probably also some kind of algae. This sprite worm, for the time being, could be called a redstone flower worm. The cyan yellow sprite worm, its body was a kind of algae commonly seen in the waters of the flower town. The oyster settlement's fishermen called it sargassum. This sprite worm, naturally, was called a horsetail worm. The black-brown sprite worm, its body could also be found on rocks by the sea at low tide. The fishermen called it inkhorn algae. This sprite worm should be called an inkhorn worm. Kelp worm, seaweed worm, redstone flower worm, horsetail worm, and inkhorn worm. The 5 sea sprite worms were an eye-opener for List. These sea sprite worms seem to have gills. Are they all algae? Are the sprite worms bred by algae, all like this? For the time being, it was impossible to develop a sea breeding industry. List then asked Achi, where are the other 2 sprite worms? Chapter 487. They chatted until midnight. Only then did he realize that Achi had not learned much about magic arrays in the past 2 months. She had been looking for sprite worms in the sea. The sea was far wider than the land, and the water depth could even reach thousands of meters. Achi only swam in the shallow sea area of 100 meters, and it was difficult to find plants in the deep water area. The laver worm, redstone flower worm, and inkhorn worm were not found in the waters near Black Horse Island, but in the waters near Coral Island. Now their worm stalks have been transferred by Achi to the waters around Black Horse Island. The horsetail worm was found in the waters of Flower Town and was also transferred by Achi to the waters of Black Horse Island. Achi, I appreciate your efforts to find sprite worms in the sea, but pay attention to safety. After all, there are many sea monsters in the sea. You can hunt low-level sea monsters, but mid-level sea monsters are very dangerous, not to mention high-level sea monsters and even super sea monsters. Brother, Achi has become very strong and can deal with mid-level sea monsters. No matter what, don't try to be brave, understand? List pinched Achi's nose. I hope that you can study magic arrays seriously and help me navigate the sea unimpeded when the era of big sea navigation arrives in the future. Even become a water mage as soon as possible. Achi nodded seriously. Brother, Achi understands. Achi will study hard, work hard to become stronger, and help brother navigate the sea safely. That's my good Achi. Early the next morning, Liz took the flowers to Black Horse Island. When passing by Mangrove Island, he drove the sampan directly and observed around the mangrove forest. Because of Achi's orders, the mangrove sprite warmly received List and guided him to the worm stalks and sprite worms in this place. This was the first time Nami had appeared in an environment with outsiders. It caused many people to exclaim. However, many people in the territory already knew of the existence of the mangrove sprite, so they were not too surprised. Soon, List found the sprite worm basking in the sun under the guidance of Nami. Its worm stalk was a small tree in the mangrove forest near the sea. There was a long fruit hanging on it. Is this an autumn eggplant? List recognized at a glance that this tree was a very common tree species in the mangroves. In fact, most of the mangroves cultivated at the Red River estuary were planted with the seeds of the autumn eggplant. As it was a viviparous tree species, the seedlings would directly develop on the tree. After harvesting, it could be easily transplanted to other places. The fruit of autumn eggplant can't be eaten. It's bitter and poisonous. It's not as useful as Nami's mangrove. Its only function is to contribute seedlings and provide materials for the expansion of the mangrove forest. No matter what. What needed to be contracted still needed to be contracted. Sprinkle the jade powder, lure the green sprite worm to lick it, then stretch out its finger and take a bite. The contract is successful. It became List's 27th contracted sprite worm. He had a total of 29 contracted sprites, among which the thorn sprite worm and the corngrass sprite worm had evolved into lesser sprites. The 5 sprite worms contracted by a chi were not included. Captain Costo, don't go to Black Horse Port. Continue north. My mangrove sprite told me that there is a small island north of Black Horse Island with new sprite worms. Sir's sprite is amazing. It can find new sprite worms. Captain Costo exclaimed and continued to sail north. In the evening, following the flowers, a chi continued to give hints and finally found the island. The island was very small, a little smaller than Mangrove Island. The mangrove forest was not as big as the mangrove forest of Mangrove Island, but there were many birds, mostly seagulls. We should drive away the seagulls and continue to raise green caterpillars and mallard ducks here. Liz stood at the bow of the ship, reached out, and casually pointed, deciding the future of the island. Let's call it Seagull Island. After all, we have occupied their habitat, and we must leave something to commemorate it. Sir, you are always so generous and kind. Hee hee. List chuckled. Captain Costo was earnestly flattering him, but it sounded a bit ironic to his ears. Occupying the seagull's habitat and only keeping a name, does this have anything to do with generosity and kindness? Anyway, soon Nami showed him the location of the sprite worm, which saved him the time to use magic eyes to observe. The worm stalk was also a small tree, and it was a common tree species in the mangrove forest. It was labeled goat's horn fruit tree. Although it was a fruit tree, the seeds of the fruit were poisonous. Its role was probably the leaves, which could be used as fodder to feed livestock such as cattle, sheep, horses, pigs, chickens, ducks, geese, and other domestic animals. The plants in the mangrove forest were basically not of much value. So, he smeared the jade powder and quickly contracted the goat's horn fruit worm, making it the 28th sprite worm in List's hands. Whether they are useful or not, at least they can expand the mangrove forest and provide a habitat for the green caterpillars and mallard ducks. This is already a benefit. Finally, at night, the flowers sailed into Black Horse Port. The port town officials who received the notice, under the command of Gort, quickly organized a grand bonfire party to welcome the arrival of List. List also took the opportunity to encourage the officials of the territory. He also cared about the living arrangements of the incorporated knights on Black Horse Island, so that they could integrate as soon as possible and contribute to the construction of the territory. After the bonfire party, without taking a break, List directly held a territorial meeting. All the knights, in political positions, participated in the meeting. The main articles of the meeting were divided into 2 parts. One was the officials' report on the construction, and the other was the new town planning. The content of the report was nothing new. Gort had already reported it once. His main purpose was to determine the new town plan. Blair had been presiding over the matter, so he explained the planning plan prepared by the officials. Sir, The number of residents on Black Horse Island is estimated to be 20,000. According to the size of a town that can accommodate 5,000 people, we need to build 3 new towns. But to ensure that more residents can be accommodated in the future, we have planned 6 new towns. Hearing this, List could not help but nod. He had always advocated that officials should have advanced awareness and not just see the immediate point. To look at the long-term future and think about how the territory should be built and developed from an overall perspective. Now, the new town plan presided over by Blair was very good. 6 new towns, plus the growing port town, were enough to accommodate a population of 40,000 to 50,000, which could meet the development needs of Black Horse Island for several years. Seeing List nod. Chapter 488. The plans for the 6 new towns were constantly revised and finally approved with List's affirmation. According to this plan, the future administrative division of Black Horse Island has been clearly defined. The southernmost point is the port town, adjacent to Black Horse Harbor, which will be upgraded to a port city in the future. It is the central city of Black Horse Island, and List's new castle is on the edge of the city. The city would concentrate most of the industry in the territory and become a modern industrial city. In the northwest was Newport Town, which was adjacent to the undeveloped Newport Town and had the potential to be upgraded to a city in the future. It would be the starting point for List to explore the Aquamarine Sea and the Devil Sea. In the southwest was Green Tea Town, located at the foot of the Ice Grass Hill. A large piece of land was planned to be used as a green tea plantation. The town's future development would mainly focus on green tea. The easternmost part was the Red River Town, located at the mouth of the Red River. Next to it was the mangrove forest. The town's future development was mainly focused on the green caterpillar, mallard duck industry. The valley between Lamus Grass Mound and Needlegrass Mound was Horse Herding Town, adjacent to the Black Horse Pasture. The town's future development would mainly focus on animal husbandry. The valley between the Alfalfa Mound and the Ice Grass Mound was Thorn Town. In the future, the Thorn Garden would move to this place. Naturally, the town's future magic array would focus on planting thorns. At the westernmost end is Grain Town, located in the valley between Alfalfa Hill and Lamus Hill. It is planned to open up large-scale grain farms here as a food base for Black Horse Island. If the Flower Town was also taken into account, it was mainly for trade and had the potential to be upgraded into a trade city. Thus, List's territory plan had formed a structure of 8 small towns. The knight did not have enough meritorious deeds for the time being, so everything in the territory was his property. In the future, even if he were to grant some small towns and villages, they would be granted to poor places. Now that the plan was made, the next step was to arrange the construction. Many of the idle labor force of the serfs would be mobilized this winter to ensure that there was enough food and clothing to keep out the cold. This winter would not delay the project too much. The officials of the territory already had the experience of winter construction, so they knew how to arrange their schedule. List was not stingy. He immediately decided to plan several bathrooms for men and women in the port town and the new town to be built in the winter. He would use the magic of the fire dragon to heat them up so that the serfs could expel the cold from a day's work. As such, after the meeting in the evening, List summoned the smoke quest and found that it had been completed. Mission completed. Reward: peas that produce rhizobia. Immediately, a new quest was released. Quest: with the arrival of the mangrove sprite and the corn sprite, the thorn sprite feels that its status is threatened. It can only vent its anger through its fists. Please guide it to vent its anger correctly. Reward: 1 sprite worm. Well, Ella's anger is vented. List raised his eyebrows, looked at the mission reward, connected with the mission content, and vaguely had an idea. Should I tell it to vent its anger on farming, so that it can get the best love for me? Or have it influence the thorns to breed new sprite worms? It was hard to say whether lesser sprites could influence the birth of sprite worms of the same kind. However, according to his observations from the tulip family, there was more or less such influence. Tulip Castle not only had a great tulip sprite, but also 2 tulip lesser sprites. One was given Olvera, and 8 tulip worms. 2 were given Olvera. In addition, there was a tulip worm, which was given to List. In other words, the tulip family obviously had an abnormal number of tulip sprites. This was certainly related to the large number of tulip sprites planted by the family, but it was also the result of other greater sprites and lesser sprites influencing each other. In any case, I have to guide Ella to apply her temper to farming so that it doesn't cause trouble for Mickey. It is best if it can really help breed new thorns worms. With one more thorns worm, I can produce more than 100 acres of fast-growing magic thorns. Ella planted 800 acres of fast-growing magic thorns, and a new thorns worms planted another 100 acres of fast-growing magic thorns. Relying on the thorns potion alone, it was probably enough for a third of List's potions. Counting the flame potion, ice flame potion, black potion, and black nightshade auxiliary potion, it was enough to cover half of what he needed. He did not stay long on Black Horse Island. The next day, after inspecting the crowded dormitories of the serfs, he left Black Horse Island by boat and returned to Flower Town. After eating, drinking, and training the Blizzard Beast, he began to guide Ella to establish the correct morality, values, and elf outlook on life. Ella, I know you don't like other sprites, but you need to know that they are all my sprites. You can't hurt any of them. Ella retorted, wow. Its emotions showed that it wanted to teach Mickey and Nami a lesson. Snap! List aimed at its head and used his finger-flicking god art. Wow! Ella made a fierce expression and bluffed to scare List, but its actions were useless. Snap! List used his finger-flicking god art again. Wow! Snap! Wow! Snap! Woo! Ella finally gave in and covered its head, not daring to make any more noises. After subduing Ella's violent temper, List began to persuade it. Ella, do you know how to make me like you? You have to plant your thorns. I need thorns, and you can cultivate them, so I will like you. If you can find thorns to help you, I will like you even more. Wow. Ella was a little unclear. List had to pull out a thorn vine, make a happy expression, then pointed to Ella, and then pointed to the thorns. Ella was stunned for a moment, waved her little hand, sowed a green light, and suddenly the thorns sprouted again. Seeing this, List decisively kissed it. Ella laughed and was very happy with List's kiss. So, he cast his magic even more happily, making the thorny vines grow even more tender shoots. Basically, List is made to understand that thorns are equal to kisses. The next step is to guide it to cultivate the 800 acres of Thorns Garden to vent its dissatisfaction. At this time, the corn sprite Mickey was needed. List deliberately treated Mickey well, provoking Ella's anger. Then let Ella plant thorns so that it would perform better. This requires a period of edification. List only stayed in Flower Town for a day, then had to interrupt training and go to Tulip Castle to participate in this year's celebration banquet. The Count retitled several Lord Knight, and a Lord Knight was conferred as the new Baron. Then, there was the distribution of minerals. The minerals were distributed to the Lord after the Grand Duke collected taxes. Although there were not many mines plundered this time, List was second only to the Count in terms of military merits. He was given 50,000 pounds of iron and some copper, tin, aluminum, and other metals. Metals can not only be used to make weapons and tools, but also very practical magic materials. After a night of revelry, the first heavy snow of the year came quietly at night. Early the next morning, List stepped on the snow and returned to his territory. This time, he would stay in the territory for a long time without going out. Chapter 489. The heavy snowfall quickly wrapped the Flower Town in silver clothes. Only the roads were clear. Officials were organizing the serfs who had nothing to do, constantly clearing the snow on the roads, so that the roads of the whole town in all directions were unimpeded. At the same time, part of the road was still under construction, using the rocks produced by the Blizzard Beast, constantly breaking them into stones and paving them on the road. The main road of Flower Town has been expanded to the width of 4 carriages side by side, and the roads between the villages are enough to accommodate 2 carriages side by side. While other towns generally had muddy roads, the Flower Town had already modernized its transportation. Because the Lord Viscount List always remembers the slogan, "If you want to be rich, build the road first." If the road is not clear, the development of Flower Town will always be limited. Infrastructure construction certainly requires a lot of money, but it is definitely a great addition to economic development. List even has a plan to cooperate with Tulip Castle to build a gravel road from Flower Town to Coral City, further shortening the travel time between the two places. However, this road is costly and the Count may not agree, at least until Black Horse Island has not exploded into a huge economic volume. So that the trade between the two places continues to increase, this road will probably not be built. People in this world do not have the concept of infrastructure in their minds. Whether the serfs walked on the gravel road or on the mud road, whether they stepped on the green grass or on the dirty water of excrement and urine. For the nobles, what difference does it make? Only List will desperately build infrastructure. On Black Horse Island, he has planned a number of future roads for 4 carriages side by side, 4 lanes for short. There must be a 4-lane road between every 2 towns. In the future, after Port Town and Newport Town are developed and upgraded into cities, a direct 6-lane road will be built. He believes that the future industry of Black Horse Island needs such a road to support it. On this day, there was good news again. The serf who found the pea cordyceps reported to the administrative office the magical changes that had taken place in his peas. The influence of the pea cordyceps could keep the peas growing in autumn and winter, but with the removal of the pea cordyceps, the remaining peas in his house could no longer thrive. Now that the bean sprouts were dead, the serf was ready to pull out the bean sprouts and collect the mature peas as seeds. These peas were well developed and were excellent seeds. However, when he pulled out the root of the pea, he found that there was a tumor the size of a fingernail. The serf remembered that the Sir Lord, who had come to transplant the cordyceps, had mentioned that there were rhizobia in the roots of legumes that could increase production. So he excitedly reported his findings. The officials from the administrative office had naturally heard List's explanation of the benefits of rhizobia to the soil and plants. Therefore, he immediately reported to the castle and reported to List. A lot of tumors the size of fingernails. List immediately understood that this was the reward of the previous smoke mission, peas that produce rhizobia. He immediately led the retainer knight to the serf's house and saw the peas. The roots of the pea were very fluffy, and there were indeed a lot of nodules on it. Not only were there a lot of them, but they were also very big. Compared to the soybean roots that List had seen on Earth, the nodules were much more abundant. He immediately ordered the serf to pull out all the peas and found that there were more than 20 peas with abundant nodules on their roots. The rest of the peas were very ordinary. Collect all of these nodules and carefully preserve them. When you sow peas, soybeans, peanuts, and so on next spring, remember to plant them in the soil stirred by these nodules. In addition, buy all of these pea seeds and plant them near the pea cordyceps as the focus of next year's cultivation. Yes, sir. The official hurriedly recorded List's instructions. The new variety of peas was named by List as fungus peas, which meant that the peas could produce rhizobia. He believed that with the continuous cultivation of fungus peas, the rhizobia that List hoped for would be produced in large quantities, increasing the yield of all legumes and improving the fertility of the soil. There are now more and more new varieties of crops in the territory. On the way back, he suddenly thought of the many new varieties of crops that had been born on this land in the past 2 years. The first was black tulip, followed by corn grass, smoke grass. Smoke grass probably couldn't be counted as it should also grow in other areas. After all, List knew it from a night novel: flame mushroom, ice flame mushroom, and then fast-growing thorns. Fast-growing thorns started the trend of crop mutation and formed List's unique naming method. All of a sudden, 5 new varieties were formed: fast-growing thorns, fast-growing poisonous thorns, fast-growing thorny thorns, fast-growing iron thorns, and fast-growing magic thorns. Rubber trees formed two new varieties, rubber fruit and rubber fan, a new cordyceps variety currently unknown for what purpose. Corn grass formed three new varieties, corn, oil corn, and corn cob. Now, peas formed a new variety, fungus peas. In addition, there are also black nightshades, mutated auxiliary black nightshade. These new mutated varieties of crops are named with nature plus original name to form new names. It's really an interesting name, distinct, clear at a glance, concise, and comprehensive. He was very satisfied with his naming ability. Fungus peas were just a small episode. The chaos caused by the arrival of a large number of new serfs in the territory quickly stabilized, and there was no need for List to worry about it. He resumed his previous schedule and lived an ordinary but fulfilling life. Recently, his greatest pleasure was to train the thorn sprite, Ella, and make an elf again. Without the hint of the smoke mission, List probably couldn't think of how to educate the elves. He would only think that the elves were simple farming tools and would not want to carry out ideological transformation. Now that he thought about it, sometimes spiritual power should not be underestimated. It can brainwash and educate humans and burst out great work productivity. Why not brainwash and educate the elves? He has the experience of educating blizzard beasts. Therefore, he enjoyed educating Ella and constantly guided it to vent its anger on planting thorns. After 5 days of training, Ella finally fully adapted to the new way of behavior. Whenever it didn't like other sprites or was angered, it would run to the Garden of Thorns, consume magic power, and promote the growth of thorns. Good girl. List would give it a loving encouragement, rewarding it with a word of encouragement, a caress, or a little food. Ella was very happy. Then he called out the smoke mission. Mission completed. Reward, a thorn sprite worm. Not surprisingly, List had been in the Garden of Thorns every day recently, and the reward of the smoke mission was indeed born in the Garden of Thorns. It was a fast-growing demon thorn that had undergone a transformation. A large tumor had grown out of its branch. Magic power gathered inside, apparently gestating a sprite worm. It looks like it has been gestating for many days. It doesn't look like it has just been gestating. It doesn't seem to be affected by Ella. List wondered. Thorns are evergreen plants that grow slowly in winter. Because the potion itself has magic power, List did not notice the abnormality of this potion before. Now, judging from the degree of magic convergence, it has been gestating for at least half a month. Anyway, Chapter 490. This chapter is Smile Faintly added bonus. With the Thorns Worm reward in hand, List looked at the new task. Almost as soon as he finished reading, he exclaimed because the task reward was very unexpected. Task. The construction of the territory is in full swing, but there is a lack of transportation. Transporting materials costs manpower and material resources. As a lord with a very broad vision and a rich reserve of knowledge, why not find a way to solve this problem and invent a new type of cart to save transportation costs? Reward. The Fallen Sky Ship. The task content was unremarkable. The so-called transportation that saved manpower and material resources was not difficult at all in his view. Cars and trains were unlikely, but bicycles and tricycles could still be made. However, he had a more worry-free solution, the unicycle cart. This was the transportation he had wanted to invent for a long time. For a long time, List did not implement many of his inventions. He always felt that he had been tinkering with modern civilization technology. If it was learned by others, it would not be worth it. Because he was only a small noble, he could not protect his industry and the fruits of his labor. However, now he was a Sky Knight and had the Earl as his backing. In the Grand Duchy of Sapphire, it was a powerful force that could protect his achievements. Therefore, he planned to develop those inventions step by step. Wheelbarrows, crooked plows, white paper, perfume. He even wanted to introduce entertainment industries. Poker, mahjong, football, drama, and so on. As long as he could make money, he could do anything. Of course, these inventions needed to be done slowly and could not be rushed. After all, everything in the territory was still in its initial stage, and there was no spare energy to develop new industries. He shook his head. His attention was more focused on the reward of the smoke task. The fallen sky ship, what does this mean? Does it mean that there is a sky ship flying in the sky and suddenly fell into my territory? Or a sky ship that has long fallen and was found somewhere in the territory? He grasped the key point of the reward. So what is a sky ship? There was a memory in his mind, quickly emerging. It was the first volume of the poem in the diary of a descendant of the sun. The author, Philip, wrote a paragraph like an article and a poem on the first page of the diary. On Grandpa's back, there was such a tattoo. He said that his father had the same tattoo on his back. I asked him, why isn't there one on my father's back or mine? He said, our ancestors have abandoned us, the sun pattern we can no longer bear. I don't know what it means. Grandpa said that we were exiled from our hometown to the land of sin, and we could only return after 500 years. 500 years later, there will be a ship sailing in the sky, under the sunlight, to welcome us back. 500 years had passed, but the sky ship never came. It was not difficult to understand the meaning of this poem. Philip's ancestors came from a continent outside the Devil's Sea. They called themselves the children of the sun, and this race probably mastered the profound use of magic. This could be seen from the fact that they could produce exquisite magic equipment like the floating bottle. They were brought to the Dodu Island by Lu Feng and agreed that after 500 years, they would be cleansed of their sins and someone would come to pick them up on a ship in the sky. But he didn't. So, the sky ship is some kind of vehicle created by the Sun Child? Do they rely on flying ships when they go to sea? And I'm about to obtain a fallen sky ship? Or could it be that the sky ship that came to pick up the descendants of the Sun Clan is flying towards me and will fall down by accident? He imagined all kinds of possibilities in an instant, but because there were too few clues, he could not be sure. He could only complete the task as soon as possible and prepare for defense. Who knew what the origin of the sky ship was, whether there really was a race called the Children of the Sun, and whether it would pose a threat to the territory? He quickly issued an order to send a letter to Marcus on Black Horse Island, telling him not to slack off in the training of the night squad. He also told Paris to form patrol orders of chivalry as soon as possible and to start guard patrols on Black Horse Island. Ensure the security of the territory and monitor everything in the territory at all times. He himself went to the carpentry workshop to complete the task first. The sooner the wheelbarrow was invented, the sooner the construction of the territory could be completed. The carpentry workshop was still busy. Carpenters and carpenter apprentices, as well as carvers, were constantly cutting wood, polishing corners, and carving patterns. Seeing the arrival of the Lord, they put down their work and saluted Liszt. The steward of the carpentry workshop smiled like a henchman and complimented the arrival of Liszt. My lord, the quality of the products of our carpentry workshop has been improving. The carpenters among the new serfs you brought have provided us with many mainland utensils. Now we are digesting these new utensils and striving to create new products to increase income. The word income originated from Liszt. He once told these stewards that generating income was the primary task of every workshop. Motioning for the carpenters to continue working, Liszt asked the steward to call in some of the most skilled carpenters, and then began to sketch out his own design. Gentlemen carpenters, do you all know how to make carriages? Yes, my lord. Very well. I have brought a new plan for making carriages today. This is a sketch. Look carefully, it is called a wheelbarrow. It can be pushed with only one wheel. It is similar to a two-wheeled scooter, but it is more convenient and suitable for walking on rugged roads. The carpenters surrounded the sketch and exclaimed, "What a beautiful wheelbarrow! Can one really stand on one wheel? With two poles supporting it, it should not fall to the ground. Yes, it looks as stable as a scooter and a little smaller. One can even push a field ridge. It really is a wonderful design." When the carpenters finished sighing, Liszt continued, "The shape of the wheelbarrow can vary. Look at this sketch. The wheelbarrow has a bucket that can be filled with grain, gravel, sand, and so on. It can even transport water if it is sealed. Look at this one. The wooden planks on both sides can be stacked with as many bags as you want. He had brought a lot of sketches. After the first introduction, he moved on to another one. Let's look at this one. A wheelbarrow is basically a few wooden sticks and a wheel. It can be so simple. Of course, it doesn't have to be a wheelbarrow. A wheelbarrow with 2 wheels is fine as well. For a wheelbarrow with a bucket like this, you can directly flip it over by holding onto the handlebars. All kinds of wheelbarrows and carts. They were all in list drawings. The carpenters greedily stared at each sketch. They knew that every kind of woodworking tool was a skill worth inheriting. The more skills they mastered, the more benefits they could obtain. Your next task is to master the production of wheelbarrows and carts as soon as possible. Produce them as soon as possible and deliver them to the territory for use. My lord, please rest assured that we will complete the wheelbarrows and carts as soon as possible. The steward vowed. He was also a carpenter and knew that it was not difficult to make these carts. Remember to keep it a secret. I did not want to hear any news about the wheelbarrows and carts being leaked. It was impossible to keep it a secret forever. Liszt only hoped to keep it a secret for as long as possible. When the output of the carpentry workshop increased, he could take the opportunity to sell them to the outside world and make a profit. One does not know the cost of firewood unless one is in charge. You're tuning in to the Eternal Immortal Ballad YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.